Chapter 170. The temptation of a 2,000-year-old spirit herb was great. Despite knowing that there was no hope, no one left. They were all wandering around, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. At this moment, Zi-chan made his move and restrained the bear. There were still cultivators whose eyes flickered and were ready to make a move. Zi-chan relied on his extreme speed to dodge 2 consecutive attacks from the bear, attracting a series of surprised gazes. However, he was also forced away from the spirit herb. Even Qinlong is no match for it. It keeps dodging. Could it be that even such a monstrous existence can't stop the bear? Are we going to give up on such a spirit herb? Some cultivators sighed in the distance, unwilling to accept this. Damn it, it's really difficult to deal with. Zi-chan quickly retreated and sized up the bear calmly. The other party's attack was very sharp. Although it was as heavy as a mountain, it was extremely agile and forced him to retreat. Let's go all out. Isn't it just a battle of strength? I wonder if my perfect body can defeat your monster body. Zi-chan gritted his teeth and a cold light shot out from his eyes. He wanted to take the spirit herb and leave quickly, but now it seemed that he had to get serious. Boom! In his body, his qi and blood began to boil like a dragon waking up. Surging energy swept in all directions, and his clothes fluttered in the absence of wind. Sensing Zi-chan's exuberant qi and blood, the bear's bell-sized eyes turned solemn. It roared in a low voice and became very impatient. It's about to fight. Let's see who's stronger. A human monster versus a monster monster. Everyone looked at the battlefield with eyes full of anticipation. Go to hell. Zi-chan's eyes emitted a cold light. His entire body was like a bolt of lightning as he instantly charged at the bear. His surging qi and blood surged, and his perfect body was completely displayed. Roar! Big Bear let out a roar. At this moment, it also struck out with its full strength. The energy of its physical body was fully displayed. Its 2 palms suddenly descended like 2 huge millstones approaching each other. In addition to the terrifying pressure, there was also a frenzied surge of energy. The 2 finally clashed head-on. Ha! Zi-chan shouted and mobilized the qi in his body. Exuberant qi and blood surged. Under the perfect body, he threw out 2 quick punches. Boom! Under the gaze of dozens of pairs of eyes, the bare paw and the fist collided. A violent sound reverberated through the forest, and a visible energy spread out in all directions. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, and many trees were snapped in half. Roar! Big Bear let out a low roar and staggered back 3 steps. Its bell-sized eyes were filled with shock. On the other hand, Zi-chan's body only swayed slightly during the collision. After suppressing the surging qi and blood in his body, he looked as if nothing had happened. What? He's actually so powerful. Big Bear was actually beaten back. It seems like his battle prowess is comparable to a genius, but he can't compare to a monster. As expected, this place is a training ground for Xiantian realm cultivators. It must have been prepared for those monsters. Everyone exclaimed, their eyes filled with disbelief. Seems like that's all there is to it. Looking at Dexiong, Zi-chan's lips curled into a cold smile. He dashed forward again, his eyes cold and merciless, filled with killing intent, and once again launched a powerful attack. Roar! Big Bear also let out an unwilling roar and waved its paw again. Terrifying energy rippled around the bear paw. Boom! When the 2 collided, a terrifying explosion erupted. Dexiong was once again pushed back. This time, Zi-chan didn't give his opponent any time to breathe. He instantly flashed forward, and his 2 fists were like large iron hammers, constantly falling down. Boom! Boom! In the forest, there was a rapid roar, among which there was the sound of Zi-chan waving his fists and the sound of Big Bear retreating and stepping on the ground. Big Bear, who was strong before, was now suppressed by Zi-chan. He's too fierce. His constitution is even more terrifying than Big Bear's. Is he still a human? Why do I feel that he's bigger than Big Bear? Everyone was speechless and tongue-tied. They couldn't believe what they saw. Zi-Chen's battle prowess was too strong. Roar! Big Bear retreated again and finally found an opportunity to attack. It roared, and the black light around its body continued to swirl. Then it suddenly lifted its right foot, and with a heavy pressure, like a small mountain, it fell toward Zi-Chen's head. It wanted to trample Zi-Chen to death, and the power of Big Bear's foot was obviously more terrifying than the attack of the bear paw. Get out of here. In the face of the attack, Zi-Chen's expression didn't change. He let out a roar and then clenched his fists. Bright silver light flowed on the surface of his fists like water, and the blood in his body flowed quickly, showing his perfect constitution. Boom! He waved his fists, went up against the sky, and hit hard at Big Bear's foot. Boundless energy collided and burst out loud sounds. A shocking and horrifying scene appeared in the next moment. After Zi-Chen punched out with both of his fists, he actually sent Big Bear flying. Although it was only a few meters above the ground, it was actually sent flying. Boom! After flying, Big Bear's body was unstable in the air and fell hard, making a loud bang. Smoke and dust flew everywhere on the ground, and a deep pit appeared. Everyone was speechless and didn't know what to say. Zi-Chen's performance was more beastly than a demon, and more beastly than Big Bear. After being humiliated again and again, Big Bear was finally angry. Its body was huge, but its body was extremely flexible. At this moment, it suddenly got up, and the black light around its body became denser. There was even a trace of red light flashing in the black light. Big Bear is going berserk. This Big Bear is obviously a bear-type demon beast. Although it is rare in the outside world, it still has the talent of a bear. Now that it is suppressed by Chunlong, it finally went berserk. A berserk Big Bear's combat strength has increased exponentially. Chunlong may not be able to suppress it. A berserk Big Bear's combat strength will be comparable to a demon. Everyone was amazed and surprised by Big Bear's berserk. Roar! Big Bear roared, and its eyes turned red. This was the sign of berserk. After berserk, Big Bear's combat strength would be so strong that it would not recognize anyone. It would only be able to defeat or kill everything in front of it. Berserk? Come on then. There was a trace of surprise in Zi-Chen's eyes, but he was not surprised. Even if Big Bear went berserk, he still had a way to deal with it. This was the trial ground. Zi-Chen no longer had any scruples. He could use all kinds of powerful combat strength at will. Boom! The berserk Big Bear raised its palm, causing the space to distort. Then, a huge palm print appeared in the sky. It was as big as 3 millstones, floating above Big Bear, and a destructive aura emerged. This is a battle skill. Seeing the energy palm print that appeared onto Xiong's palm, everyone's eyes widened. Some people even fiercely bit their tongues, as if they had discovered some kind of exotic treasure. My eyes are blind. I can't believe I saw a demonic beast that knows battle skills. Rumor has it that there are some demonic beasts with good aptitude and special bloodline who can comprehend battle skills. I thought it was just a legend. I can't believe I actually saw one in my life. Everyone was shocked. A big bear that could go berserk was terrifying, but a big bear that could use battle skills after going berserk was even more terrifying. Everyone retreated, afraid of being affected. Battle skills? I have them too. Zi-Chen's eyes were filled with battle intent. This big bear was a rare opponent. Its combat strength was absolutely terrifying. Zi-Chen was going to go all out at this moment. His hands began to form seals. Rays of silver light twirled between his fingers like dancing fairies. The complicated seals were completed in a few breaths. Boom! The sky trembled, and a large seal that exuded a greenish silver light appeared from the sky. The seal was as big as a mountain with a sense of heaviness. Its surface was surrounded by some complex lines, and a terrifying aura was flowing. This was the Qingfeng seal, a killing technique of Yunxia City. It was learned from Wangshan. At this moment, Ziqin used it. It had the power of thunder and lightning, so there was a silver light on it. The appearance of the seal caused the space to distort. Its power was no weaker than the palm print. The two collided in the air like a thunderclap, and the sound of the collision spread far and wide. In the end, the palm print dissipated, and the seal also slowly dissipated. Qingfeng chop. Around Ziqin, a surging aura surged, as if it had turned into a sharp blade. With a will to pierce the sky, a huge blade more than 10 meters long shot out. It rushed towards Big Bear with a terrible, murderous intent. Roar! Big Bear raised its palm again, and the terrifying palm print that had dissipated before appeared again. At this moment, as the palm fell, the palm print also moved and pressed down. Rumble. Boundless energy surged, and the two battle techniques collided. The blade was originally made of energy, but at this moment, it was like a real sharp weapon. It directly destroyed the energy palm print and slashed on Big Bear's body. Puff! The blade slashed across, and a deep wound appeared. Blood spurted out like a blood sword. What a powerful battle skill, to actually injure the crazy Big Bear. What kind of battle technique is this? It has such a terrible power. Even a Khanate full-circle expert couldn't break its defense with a sharp weapon. But now it was easily broken by Zilong. With such combat strength, he is definitely a real monster. Big Bear was injured and began to roar. The red light in its eyes became brighter, and its attacks became sharper. Two energy palm prints followed at any time, falling with a terrible aura. That aura was terrifying, not to mention a Khanate full-circle expert. Even a true energy realm expert couldn't resist it. However, in front of Ziqin, Big Bear, who was comparable to a monster, was suppressed. Boom! Ziqin punched out with a mountain-like aura. This was a fusion punch, and its power was terrifying. During this period, Ziqin had comprehended the essence of the true meaning, and its power was even stronger. In an instant, his fist penetrated the palm print incarnation, and then fell on Big Bear's body. With a cracking sound, Big Bear's bones were shattered. Go to hell! Ziqin didn't let it go, and once again he launched a fierce attack. It was like a pear blossom rainstorm, but also like a rain of flowers. Each attack was overwhelming. Bang! Bang! Big Bear had been knocked down countless times, and his red eyes were slowly turning black. That's too terrifying. He actually managed to wake the berserk bear from its berserk state. This is simply inhuman. Chapter 171. The powerful Ziqin attracted a lot of attention. At this moment, everyone seriously doubted whether Ziqin was a demon beast. Why was he more of a demon beast than a demon beast? Boom! The last punch fell, and the Big Bear was directly sent flying. The red light in its eyes completely disappeared, and it became pitch black. It was beaten out of its berserk state by Ziqin. Although it was awake, it was not as confused as before, because the sober Big Bear had fear in its eyes. No matter who it was, they would be terrified to meet such a non-human. Roar! The Big Bear's roar was no longer deafening. It was much lower, and there was a strong fear in it. You beast! I'd better send you on your way. Ziqin's eyes flashed coldly and ruthlessly. His attacks were sharp again. Although it was a series of killing moves, it was difficult to kill the Big Bear quickly. Boom! Boom! The Big Bear was beaten back again and again. It had no power to fight back, and it couldn't even escape. Crack! After a few continuous punches, Ziqin finally broke the bones in this place. The clear sound of bones breaking made people tremble. Boom! Ziqin flew up. Silver light shone from his fists. His mountain-like aura once again spread out. He threw out a punch that was like two real mountains pressing down on Yi Fuqian. After comprehending the essence of the true meaning, this move was terrifying. Boom! The two punches fell almost at the same time, hitting the big bear's head. The latter's body shook, and it seemed to be stunned. Bang! Bang! Ziqin took this opportunity to soar again, and his fists fell again. The attack was powerful and terrible, and it caused a gust of wind. The big bear's head shook more violently, and it seemed that it could faint at any time. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Like raindrops, the fists fell quickly, and each blow was full of strength. After a series of crazy attacks, even Ziqin felt a little weak and consumed a lot of energy. Boom! Finally, under dozens of continuous and high-frequency attacks, the big bear's solid head was broken. It fell to the ground with a bang, and its vitality dissipated. Huff! Huff! The surroundings were deathly silent, and only Ziqin's heavy breathing could be heard. Everyone was completely shocked. Ziqin had actually killed a monstrous bear with his fists. This was too terrifying. Inhuman. More demonic beasts than demonic beasts. Everyone was shocked. Ziqin's powerful battle prowess was deeply imprinted in their hearts. Regardless of whether it was his powerful physique or those terrifying battle skills, it was not something that ordinary people could compare to. After this battle, everyone had no doubt that Ziqin was a Xiantian genius. Once he grew up, he would be on par with Yunxia City's Wang Qiong and Songli City's Li Hao. Suddenly, Ziqin heard the sound of wind whistling behind him. Turning around, he saw a figure standing beside the 1,000-year-old spirit herb, obviously trying to take advantage of the situation. This was a Xiantian full circle expert. He wore a green robe and was about 30 years old. Previously, he had been hiding in the dark. At this moment, when he saw that Ziqin had killed the bear and consumed a lot of energy, he also flashed forward, wanting to take advantage of Ziqin. Put down the spirit herb and leave immediately, and I can spare your life. Ziqin's rapid breathing became even. He coldly looked at the peak stage cultivator before him and spoke in a cold voice. Are you talking to me? The green-clothed cultivator carefully put the spirit herb into the jade box and turned to look at Ziqin with a disdainful smile. You only have one chance. Put down the spirit herb and leave immediately or die. Ziqin's voice was still cold. Ha! The green-clothed cultivator looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. How shameless! Previously, he was so scared by the big bear's power that he didn't dare to attack. Now that Qianlong killed the big bear and consumed a lot of energy, he wants to take advantage of the situation. Qianlong fought the big bear and consumed a lot of energy. Now that he wants to snatch the spirit herb, what a good plan. The crowd in the distance sighed. Many people's eyes flickered, obviously tempted. Qianlong was scary when he was strong, but he was not to be feared now that he had consumed a lot of energy. Haha, Qianlong, do you really think you're a monster? Let me tell you, others may be afraid of you, but I, Zhou Yan, am not. The full circle cultivator named Zhou Yan was very arrogant, his eyes filled with disdain. You mean you won't let go? Ziqin's eyes flashed with killing intent. Endless energy flowed into his body from his heart to replenish his energy. What? You still want to fight? You've consumed a lot of energy, like a toothless tiger. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Zhou Yan said with a sneer. Looking at Zhou Yan, Ziqin sneered. It's already a miracle for a sinister person like you to be able to cultivate to the full circle Xiantian realm. With this kind of mentality, you'll never be able to condense true yuan. Well, I'll kill you today and make a great contribution. There will be one less sinister person in the world. Ziqin's words were understated. Although he had consumed a lot of energy, he was not someone an ordinary full circle Xiantian realm cultivator could bully. One had to know that when Ziqin was in the true energy realm, He had killed a true energy realm cultivator with the power of thunder and lightning. Humph, boasting shamelessly. Brothers attack. Zhou Yin coldly snorted as he stared intently at Ziqin. In his heart, he was already thinking of retreating. This training ground was very big, so big that it seemed boundless. He did not believe that Ziqin would be able to meet him again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, figures flashed from the distance. There were a total of 5 people, 1 full circle Xiantian realm cultivator, 3 late Xiantian realm cultivators, and 1 mid Xiantian realm cultivator. Qianlong, we just took the elixir. Don't go too far, one of the full circle Xiantian realm cultivators said. Too far. You took the elixir that belongs to me, and you say I'm too far. Ziqin was so angry that he almost laughed. It seemed that shameless people were everywhere. Humph, you've consumed a lot of energy. You're like a toothless tiger. We just took the elixir and did not kill you. It's fine if you don't want to be grateful, but you still dare to ask for the elixir. Another cultivator said. Birds of a feather flock together. It seems that you're all the same. Fine, I'll send you on your way today. You can accompany each other on the road to hell. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. Ziqin's body shone with a silver light. His feet flashed, and like a phantom he appeared in front of a late Xiantian realm cultivator in an instant. He suddenly struck out with his palm. Boom! The silver light on the palm print was resplendent with terrifying power. Before the latter could react, the palm print hit the top of his head. Instantly, a surge of energy entered his body. The latter's pupils constricted as his body convulsed, and he fell to the ground, dead. A late Xiantian realm cultivator died with 1 strike. Didn't he consume a lot of energy? Why is he so fast? It's too terrifying. He's still so fast even after fighting the bear. He's indeed a monster. Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. Swoosh! With a step, Ziqin's figure flashed again and appeared in front of another late Xiantian realm cultivator. He clenched his right fist and punched out. The latter reacted and conjured a protective barrier. However, in front of the perfect body, the protective barrier was like paper. With a crack, it shattered. Immediately after, he was struck in the chest by Ziqin and was sent flying. Another person died. How can this be? Zhou Yan's expression changed drastically. He had clearly expended a lot of energy, but at this moment he had such powerful combat strength. He already had thoughts of retreating, but in front of Ziqin's extreme speed he couldn't leave at all. He gritted his teeth and said, Everyone, attack and kill him with all your might. He has already expended a lot of energy and is at the end of his rope. Under Zhou Yan's instigation, the others also reacted. They gritted their teeth and made up their minds. All kinds of weapons were unsheathed and struck out fiercely. Xiantian true qi surged, and the Xiantian weapons emitted cold light as they charged toward Ziqin. Clang! Ziqin clenched his fists like 2 indestructible hammers and instantly struck a long saber. With a crack, the long saber shattered. Pum! An extremely sharp sword beam brushed past Ziqin's shoulder. Immediately after, it was struck down by Ziqin's fist, and the long sword was broken at the waist. In the distance, everyone was dumbfounded. After a fierce battle, Ziqin, under the attacks of 2 Xiantian peak Xiantian realm experts, a late-stage Xiantian realm expert, and an early-stage Xiantian realm expert, was unstoppable. 2 attacks had broken 2 weapons, greatly reducing the combat strength of the 2. Go to hell! Zhou Yan held a black saber in his hand, which was surging with a strong aura. He slashed it towards Ziqin's head. This was a weapon refined by a true energy realm expert. It was very sharp and sturdy. It was 1 grade higher than a Xiantian weapon. Zhou Yan seized a gap and wanted to take the opportunity to kill Ziqin. Pum! Ziqin raised his fist, and a brilliant silver light lit up half the sky. In an instant, it struck the true essence saber. In the next moment, cracks appeared on the saber, spreading out like a spider web. Finally, with a loud bang, the saber exploded. At this moment, Zichen was like an inhuman. He would kill anyone who stood in his way. Boom! Another late-stage Sciention realm expert was hit in the chest and flew backward, like a kite with a broken string, leaving a trail of blood in the air. When he fell to the ground, his body disappeared. Ching Feng slash! A Sciention full-circle expert saw that the situation was not good, so he turned around and ran, not caring about his companions. But after running for dozens of meters, he felt a terrifying aura attack him, followed by a silver sword that shot towards him. Poof! The blade swept past the Sciention peak Sciention realm expert. The latter didn't seem to notice and kept moving forward. But after a few steps, he fell to the ground, and almost all of his internal organs were blown out of his body. A Sciention peak Sciention realm expert was dead. At this moment, only 2 people were alive, Zhou Yan and a mid-stage Sciention realm expert. The latter was alive not because of his strength, but because Zichen was too lazy to kill him. Huff, huff! Zichen panted heavily, as if he had used up a lot of energy. Previously, the sound of his panting had given them courage, but now the sound of his panting did not improve their mood. Instead, it was like the panting of a demon beside their ears, causing them to be even more terrified. Now, I'll send you on your way. Killing intent flashed in Zichen's eyes again, and he flashed forward. Chapter 172. Knowing that he would definitely die, Zhou Yan chose to run out of the jade box. He was very decisive, and it could be considered as fighting for a chance of survival. Haha, Qianlong, let's see if you want the elixir or my life. Zhou Yan laughed and turned to fly into the distance. He was secretly happy that he had saved his life today. But soon, his laughter came to an abrupt stop because Zichen had unknowingly appeared in front of him. Huff, huff! Zichen was panting heavily, as if he had consumed a lot of energy. But Zhou Yan was not happy at all. The latter was also like this before, but he had killed 4 experts with 1 blow. It's a waste for a scum like you to live in this world. If you run out of elixirs, you can find more. But if a scum like you escapes, it's a kind of danger. Who knows how many people you'll harm next time. So, it's better to send you on your way. Zichen was panting heavily, but his voice was very calm. You're crazy. You don't even want the elixir. Why do you have to kill me? Zhou Yan's expression changed. In his opinion, the move he had thought of before was definitely a divine move. After all, the conflict between them was the 1,000-year-old elixir. Now that he had thrown it out, the latter should have taken the elixir. Unfortunately, a selfish person like Zhou Yan would never understand Zichen's world. He would never understand Zichen's point of view. Boom! Boundless silver light shot out from Zichen's body like a stormy sea, drowning Zhou Yan in an instant. When the silver light dissipated, Zhou Yan fell to the ground with a look of horror in his eyes. His vitality had already dissipated. After that, the last middle stage Sciention expert who had escaped was also killed. But even before they died, they could not believe that someone would give up the elixir just to kill them. Is this a homicidal maniac? The jade box fell to the ground and stood there alone. In the distance, a group of red-eyed cultivators emitted a greedy light, but no one dared to go forward, because the 2 people who had wanted to take advantage of it had already been killed by Zichen. No one dared to make a move. Zichen's entire body was drenched in sweat, and he was gasping for breath. He had used up a lot of energy, but still no one dared to move, because those who moved were all dead. Zichen, who was gasping for breath, was terrifying. He stepped forward and picked up the jade box. As he opened the lid, a dense spiritual aura spread out in all directions. So many people died because of you. Zichen put away the jade box, swept a glance at the trembling crowd, and turned to leave. It's too scary. He's simply inhuman. Could it be that all the monstrous geniuses in the world are so powerful? Everyone stared at Zi Chen's figure until it disappeared. They didn't know when, but they realized that their clothes were wet and their bodies were covered in cold sweat. After Zi Chen ventured more than 10 miles into the forest, he found a relatively safe place and began to refine the 2,000-year-old spirit herb. This spirit medicine was so rich in spiritual aura that it took Zi Chen a few days to refine it. With the help of the secret manual and the heavenly thunder reshaping technique, Zi Chen's physique improved again with a 2,000-year-old spirit medicine. Compared to his physique, the increase in strength was almost negligible. As Zi Chen went deeper, he found many powerful demonic beasts with terrifying physiques. Although they were all at the peak of the Xiantian realm, their battle strength was comparable to geniuses of the same level. It was extremely terrifying. As he went deeper, Zi Chen found 2 more 2,000-year-old spirit medicines. Without hesitation, he refined them all. Could it be that the demonic beasts here can't break through to the true essence realm? So all the rich spiritual aura is used to refine their bodies? After killing 4 peak demonic beasts, Zi Chen couldn't help but guess. Moreover, he found an even stranger problem. The spiritual aura here was extremely rich, and almost no one had set foot here for 10,000 years. However, he didn't find a single 10,000-year-old spirit medicine. Only 2,000-year-old spirit medicines. This place is strange. The strength of the demonic beasts was limited to the peak of the Xiantian realm, and the age of the spirit medicines was compressed to 2,000 years. Zi Chen went straight in, and everything he found was verified. The demonic beasts here were terrifyingly strong. Every one of them was comparable to Chen Feng and Ling Yin, and could be said to be geniuses. However, in this place they were the most ordinary existences. Boom! After a fierce battle, a peak Xiantian demonic beast fell to the ground, killed by Zi Chen. Zi Chen took away another 1,000-year-old spirit medicine and started refining it. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Zi Chen still hadn't walked out of the forest. This place was vast and boundless. Other than that, Zi Chen didn't see a single familiar face. Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion, Yunxia City, Sangli City, and martial ancestors, people seemed to have disappeared into thin air. He didn't see a single one. Even Su Mengyao and Lin Shui didn't have any news. During this time, Zi Chen asked about them, but he didn't get any valuable answers. No one saw them, as if they had disappeared into thin air. Zi Chen was anxious, and he sped up. 3 days later, Zi Chen saw a familiar figure. It was an old man in a Taoist robe. He stood out among the crowd of Xiantian experts, like a crane in a flock of chickens. It's him. Zi Chen was stunned. He had a deep impression of the old man. The old man had once swept away a demonic beast with a flick of his whisk. He was very strong. What is he doing here? Zi Chen frowned, puzzled. Logically speaking, with such a strong strength, the old man should have gone deeper. Zi Chen hid in the distance and observed carefully. He found that the old man was drawing on the ground, and then looked at a mountain in front of him, muttering to himself. Strange! This old man is looking at the mountain and muttering something. Could there be some treasure on the mountain? Zi Chen was curious. This old man was full of mystery, like an otherworldly expert, but his strength was only at the full cycle of the Xiantian realm. He didn't show it before, but the thing he was drawing now was very complicated. Zi Chen looked at it from afar and felt dizzy. This is in Yuan array. Zi Chen's expression suddenly changed, and he was extremely shocked. One had to know that this was the Xiantian trial ground, and only Xiantian experts could enter. Previously, he had heard that those who suppressed their strength and wanted to enter were all destroyed by the light of the Tai Chi diagram. However, Yuan arrays were clearly something that only true energy realm existences could inscribe and deduce. After the formation was drawn, it emitted rays of light. The light flashed as if something was shining. The old man stared at the formation, and after a while, he shook his head in disappointment. He's not here again. Impossible. The old man was very disappointed. He removed the formation and walked away. After the old man left, Zi-chan walked towards the formation. His heart was filled with shock, and he couldn't help but say, "Could it be that he is searching for something in the mountain? What kind of formation is this? How could it be so terrifying?" The old man was definitely looking for something unusual. Zi-chen was ready to leave, but soon he found another figure moving. It's him. It was another familiar face, the burly man with a full beard. He said that he was only 25 years old, but he looked like he was 45 years old. The latter was also moving, as if he was looking for something. His eyes flashed like a mysterious eye technique. After a while, he turned and left in the direction the old man went. What are they looking for? This is only the periphery. Could there be something comparable to a treasure? Zi-chin was puzzled. There's someone else. Not long after the burly man left, Zi-chen found another person. The other person's body was nimble like an agile monkey. He constantly floated on the tree, but did not make any sound. If Zi-chen had not been hiding in the dark and stayed here for a while, he would not have found him. It was a young man, definitely not more than 22 years old, but the aura around him was at the peak of the Xiantian realm. His footwork was very agile, obviously extraordinary. What are they going to do? Zi-chan was 30% puzzled and 70% curious. He secretly followed. In the following time, Zi-chen could always see the old Taoist. Every time the old man saw a mountain, he would carve and draw beside it. After a fruitless investigation, he turned and left. That's a spiritual medicine that's close to 2,500 years old. Zi-chan was surprised. Finally, he saw a spiritual medicine that was more than 2,000 years old. Although it was guarded by a monster, Zi-chan was confident that he could deal with it. Zi-chan saw it, so did the bearded man and the old man. Even the young man behind the bearded man saw it, but the three of them retreated far away. They didn't have any ideas about the spiritual medicine. Instead, they didn't want to provoke the monster. They don't even want 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine and are sneaking around all day. They must be up to something. Zi-chan thought. This time they followed for a full 5 days. During this time, no one found Zi-chan. The old man and the bearded man also didn't notice that someone was following them. On the 6th day, the old man found a short mountain again. Compared to the tall mountains before, this mountain was only a few dozen meters tall. It was indeed a short mountain. Originally, the old man had already flown past it and obviously didn't pay much attention to this mountain. However, in the end, for some reason, he turned back. The short mountain was barren, without a single blade of grass. It was too ordinary, but after circling around the mountain, the old man's expression became very serious. In the distance, the bearded man also arrived. His eyes flashed and his expression became serious. Could it be that the treasure is here? Zi-chan frowned. At this moment, the old man began to draw on the ground. A set of extremely complicated patterns appeared. This time, the old man was very serious and worked hard for a full 15 minutes. Buzz! The pattern trembled and emitted a bright light. It was as if something was evolving in the pattern, constantly changing. Zi-chan watched from afar, but he couldn't see anything. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound was heard. The whole pattern exploded, emitting a terrifying energy wave. It directly pushed the old man back. The surrounding trees exploded, and a deep pit appeared. It exploded. Zi-chen's pupils shrank. When the old man had demonstrated the formation, the light within the formation had only flashed continuously, but had never exploded. Yes, it should be here. Stop all the evolution and investigation. Seems like the rumors are true. In the distance, the old man's face was covered in dust. He kept patting his robe, splashing a lot of dust. The energy wave was terrifying, but the old man wasn't injured. Chapter 173. It was a small hill without a single blade of grass. In this endless forest, it was very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. Along the way, if Chen did not see 20 of them, he would have seen at least a dozen. However, the elder stood there, his expression serious. The complex formation patterns he arranged were actually self-destructing. There was actually something in the short mountain that couldn't be detected. Yes, it must be here. The formation pattern exploded, and the old man was blown away by a huge energy. This energy was enough to kill a Khanate great perfection expert, but the old man was a bit embarrassed. There was no injury on his body. The old man was very sure that this was the place, but no one knew where this place was and what was inside. Chen and the others watched from afar. Swoosh! The formation pattern collapsed. The burly man was the first to take action. He rushed toward the hill like an arrow. Boom! The burly man was like a cannonball, shining brightly. He directly hit the hill, and with a loud bang the whole hill shook. The old man was not surprised by the burly man's appearance. The burly man shook the whisk in his hand and shot a light beam, hitting the hill. Rumble! The hill shook as if it was about to split open. Large stones fell from the hill. Rumbling sounds continued to be heard as the two of them unleashed one attack after another. They are really going to split open the hill. Is there really a treasure in the hill? Chen was shocked. Although it was a small mountain in front of him, it was a real mountain. It was made of stones, so it would be extremely difficult to break it open. Boom! The burly man's eyes were as big as copper bells. His whole body burst out with a strong aura. He was like a mountain-splitting machine. His strong battle strength made the hill shake even more violently, as if it could collapse at any time. Swoosh! 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 The old man was not idle. The whisk in his hand shot out beams of light. Each beam of light hit the hill, causing the hill to shake and large stones to fall, making loud sounds. Rumble! Rumble! The hill shook violently, and stones kept rolling from the hill. Just as Chen was wondering what was going on, a strong aura appeared from the hill. This is a great treasure. Chen frowned. This aura was extremely powerful, and it was exceptionally tyrannical. It didn't seem like the aura of a precious treasure at all, but more like a living creature. However, how could there be living things in the short mountain? Rumble! Feeling the tyrannical aura, the old man and the burly man instantly retreated, no longer attacking. However, the short mountain was still trembling, and the trembling was even more intense. Like the rumbling of thunder, rocks that were large enough for a person to hug fell down from the short mountain, smashing into the ground with a loud bang. The rumors are true. This thing is really here. However, there is a spirit beast guarding it. I wonder how strong it is. The burly man's eyes flickered. Roar! A deafening roar came from the short mountain. Then, with the mountain as the center, a crack appeared from the top of the mountain to the bottom. The crack spread and made cracking sounds. There is indeed something alive. Chen's expression changed. A roar had triggered the blood and qi in his body. This guy was obviously not to be trifled with, so he quickly retreated. The old man and the burly man's expression became more serious. Not far away, the young man also stared at the mountain. Rumble! The cracks extended until they finally exploded with a loud boom. Countless pieces of rock flew out in all directions like hidden weapons, or like meteors from outer space. They whistled through the air as they fell. Damn it! Is there a need to make such a big scene? The burly man cursed angrily. The previous stone attack had caused him to retreat dozens of meters, and his clothes had become tattered. Not to be trifled with. The old man was also in a difficult situation. A corner of his Taoist robe was torn, and his expression became very serious. Chen hid further away, so he was relatively safe. The stones brushed past his body, but seeing the trees that were smashed into sieves and fell to the ground, he was extremely embarrassed. Roar! It was like a dragon's roar and like a tiger's roar. It spread through the heaven and earth. A terrifying wave of true yuan rushed in all directions. At this moment, the heaven and earth changed color. A terrifying pressure fell on the ground, and a huge monster appeared. It was a huge monster that was comparable to a small mountain. Its eyes were like lanterns, emitting a strange red light. The scales on its body were emitting a yellow light. It seemed to be quite old. It had a dragon's head and a tiger's body. It was ferocious and terrifying, a true energy realm monster. Looking at the monster in the distance, Zi Chen's expression changed, and he exclaimed, "This was a training ground for Xiantian realm masters. True energy realm masters couldn't enter at all. Moreover, the rules of heaven and earth here had an absolute suppression on the creatures here. The spiritual herbs were about 2,000 years old, and the monster's strength was at the peak Xiantian realm. But everything in front of him was beyond Zi Chen's understanding of this training ground. Roar! The exotic beast roared and swung its tail like a steel whip, emitting popping sounds. All the rocks that were struck were shattered. Its lantern-sized eyes emitted a red light, as though an old demon had been born. It roared furiously at the sky, and its voice was vast and mighty, spreading dozens of miles. At the same time, its scarlet red eyes locked onto the two of them. Not good. After so many years, this guy has changed. It should have been at the peak Xiantian realm, but now it has broken through to the true energy realm. The old man's expression changed slightly. It broke through the seal of this space. Has this guy really lived for 10,000 years? The big man's expression was also very ugly. Roar! The exotic beast let out a roar and charged at the two of them. Its mountain-like body was extremely nimble. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of the two of them. Its ice-cold and sharp claws slashed down at the two of them. "You and I each take one," the big man shouted, and the aura in his body surged crazily. His body emitted a dazzling white light, and he waved his fists to hit one of the claws. "Immeasurable deity," the old man shouted. The whisk in his hand vibrated, and a terrifying aura escaped, hitting the other claw. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions sounded. The monster's claws were indestructible, and they directly shattered the 2 attacks. At the same time, a surge of energy swept over the 2. The 2 were instantly blown back dozens of meters. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, and their expressions were incomparably shocked. It's so terrifying. It just entered the true energy realm, but it's comparable to a monster. The 2's expression changed drastically. They felt that things were getting a little tricky. 10,000 years had passed, and everything here had changed. The monster in front of them with a dragon head and a tiger body gave them a feeling that they were no match for it. What should we do? This guy is too strong. Do we just give up? The big man was unwilling. We can't leave. The old man insisted. He turned to the distance and shouted, "You 2 stinking brats. Do you still want to hide there and watch the show? Come out." In the forest, the young man was stunned. Zi Chen was also stunned. He thought that he had hidden well, but he didn't expect that he had been discovered long ago. "2 seniors, I'll help you." At this moment, the young man shouted. His figure flashed through the forest like a monkey, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the 2. "2 seniors." The young man stepped forward and was very polite to the 2. The young man was a Xiantian full circle expert, just like the 2 of them, but now he was acting like a junior. His attitude was worth thinking. "Humph, sneaky," the big man snorted. The young man had been following him all the way, and the old man nodded. At the same time, Zi Chen also stepped forward after some thought. However, he didn't say anything and only nodded at the 2. Seeing Zi Chen in the dark, the young man's expression changed. Obviously, he didn't expect that someone would follow them, and it was someone with great battle strength. The 4 of them stood side by side, and their auras were constantly surging. But in front of the mountain-like monster, they were nothing. This was an extremely strong opponent. It was unprecedentedly strong. Ziqin felt that this guy wasn't weaker than Evil Good Monk, and the scales on its body were emitting a yellow color. Obviously, its defense was also very strong. If you want the treasure, you have to kill it. This guy has mutated and is very strong. Don't hide your strength, or you will die miserably. The old man only said one sentence and then stopped talking. But this sentence was enough. The treasure was enough to arouse the greed in everyone's heart. Okay, let's do it together. The young man nodded. Ziqin wanted to ask more, but it was obviously not the time, so he kept quiet and nodded. Kill! Kill! The four of them roared and turned into 4 rays of light, rushing towards the monster. Chi! The monster glanced at the 4 insignificant humans in front of it and snorted, as if it was extremely disdainful. Its huge claws whistled down again, causing the air to explode and the space to tremble. The 2 of us will hold it back. The 2 of you go, the old man shouted. The Buddhist whisk emitted a bright light, and a terrifying aura emerged, striking towards the sharp claws. At the same time, the burly man also shouted and clenched his fists, blocking the other sharp claws. Ziqin and the young man flashed past the sharp claws and arrived at the monster's head. The 2 of them attacked from the left and right of the monster. The young man's body emitted an extremely cold aura, like an iceberg or a cold sword, emitting an endless chill. When he attacked, it was as if he was in a 10,000-year-old glacier. The chill was bone-piercing, and it made people's movements slow. Compared to the young man's extreme cold attack, Ziqin's body was surrounded by a bright silver light, and a violent lightning aura was released. Its appearance was completely destructive. Coupled with the fusion battle technique, it was almost Ziqin's strongest attack. Boom! Boom! 2 loud sounds were heard. The old man and the burly man were sent flying again, but they blocked the monster's attack. Next, it was up to Ziqin and the young man. Clang! The young man's attack was unusually sharp. A white mist appeared on the monster's body in an instant, as if it was frozen. However, when the sharp attack landed, dazzling sparks burst out. Boom! Ziqin punched out with his fist. Streaks of lightning raged, but at the same time there were also sparks flying everywhere. A huge shockwave spread out, and Ziqin and the young man were instantly pushed back. What? It didn't break the monster's defense. The 2 of them narrowed their eyes, feeling incredulous. They saw that the young man's attack had only cracked a piece of the monster's yellow scale. If they didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. And Ziqin's powerful attack had only broken a piece of scale. How can we fight without breaking the monster's defense? The 2 of them retreated and gathered with the old man. They looked at the monster cautiously, but they were complaining in their hearts. If they couldn't break the monster's defense, they wouldn't be able to hurt it, let alone kill it. Go all out. We have to go all out. This is a crucial thing. We can't miss it. Chapter 174. There's a precious treasure here that can only be obtained by killing the dragon tiger beast in front of us. This item is extremely important. We must obtain it. The old man's expression was solemn, but he still persisted. The massive beast before them was comparable to a small mountain. It had the head of a dragon and the body of a tiger, giving it a ferocious appearance and frightening might. Even with the 4 of them working together, they were still unable to break through its defenses. What is it? Ziqin asked. The young man didn't seem to know either. He also looked at the old man. I'm not sure, but it said that it's a token. Once you get it, you'll be able to enter the depths. The old man revealed a huge piece of information that shocked Ziqin and the young man. The various major forces have already ventured into the depths. However, it's practically impossible for them to obtain the inheritance. Without this token, no one will be able to obtain the inheritance. What? There really is an inheritance here? Ziqin and the young man's eyes were filled with disbelief. Of course, and it's not an ordinary inheritance. This is the place where the core disciples of the everlasting sect used to train 10,000 years ago. There are all kinds of inheritances here. However, if you want to obtain the inheritance of the everlasting sect, you must have a great opportunity in addition to the necessary strength. Strength and fortuitous encounters, none of them can be lacking. The old man said solemnly, "The everlasting sect. It was a sect from 10,000 years ago. It was called the everlasting sect." Ziqin knew the name of the sect from 10,000 years ago. The everlasting sect's inheritance. The young man was shocked. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. That's right. This is the training ground for the core disciples. It is the place with the highest possibility of obtaining the Wuji inheritance. In the past 10,000 years, this is the only place that has been found. It is also the most crucial place, the old man said. Ziqin and the young man nodded in agreement. On the path of a cultivator, the true Qi realm and the Xiantian realm were only the beginning stages. Only when true Qi transformed into true essence could one be considered to have truly stepped onto the threshold of a cultivator and be considered to have truly become a powerful cultivator. True Qi turned into true essence, one step at a time, ascending to the ninth heaven and leaping into spiritual essence. The true energy realm was an extremely important realm. It was divided into 9 layers, and each layer was as different as heaven and earth. Every step forward required 10 times the effort. I don't know much about the everlasting sect's inheritance, but the first step to obtaining the highest inheritance is to obtain the token of this place, the old man said confidently. That's right. This is the only clue we have. The big man nodded. Ziqin's heart became very eager. This was definitely a genius opportunity, and he wanted to see if he could grasp it. The sky, thunder, reshaping body, or it was only a body refining technique. Once he reached the true energy realm, he would have to find a true energy cultivation method. The everlasting sex inheritance was a godsend opportunity. How strong were the core techniques of the great sects 10,000 years ago? Ziqin couldn't guess, but it was definitely better than the martial ancestors' secret manual and the Qingxia secret manual. Ziqin was sure of this. Tell me, with such an opportunity before us, can we give it up? The old man asked. Of course not. We have to kill this dragon tiger beast. The young man was the first to speak. Battle intent surged in his eyes. That's right. Ziqin nodded. This was a great opportunity, and he had to give it his all. Then let's kill him. What are you waiting for? The burly man bellowed as he stepped forward. The energy in his body gushed forth furiously as he charged toward the dragon tiger beast. Buzz! The old man didn't want to be outdone. The whisk in his hand vibrated continuously, shooting out rays of terrifying light. Clang! A light flashed in the young man's hand, and a long sword suddenly appeared. In an instant, the long sword was unsheathed, and the sound of a dragon's roar could be heard. A water-like light appeared with a bone-piercing chill. This was a long sword that was almost the same as the flame sword. It was unusually sharp, and the light around it surged like water, but it emitted a chilling light. A spatial treasure. Ziqin's pupils suddenly shrank. This unknown young man actually had such a precious treasure. His identity must be extraordinary. At this moment, everyone displayed their powerful techniques. Even the burly man had a pitch-black machete in his hand. Only Ziqin was still the same as before. He only used his fists. His appearance alone was enough to weaken the momentum. Roar! The dragon tiger beast roared and charged toward the group. From afar, it looked like a heavy mountain with a heavy aura. Boom! The two sides collided, and there was a loud explosion. The world began to tremble, and countless trees burst into pieces. The sharp sword in the young man's hand was incomparably cold. With a cold aura, it directly slashed at the dragon tiger beast, and 7 or 8 scales were cut open. The black machete in the burly man's hand was as black as ink, but it carried a terrifying aura. When it collided with the dragon tiger beast's huge claw, sparks flew. The old man's whisk was extraordinary. It shot out rays of light, and 2 of them actually pierced 2 holes in the dragon tiger beast's body. Blood flowed out. Only Zichin, although he used all his strength to launch a fierce attack, it didn't hurt or itch. It was neither strong nor weak, and still a piece of scale was shattered. Swoosh! 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 After the attack, everyone flew back. Although they didn't say anything, Zichin could clearly see a trace of contempt in the young man's eyes. The 3 of them were all in the great fulfillment and were considered geniuses. Although he was comparable to a monster, his strength was 2 levels lower, and he didn't have a good weapon. He was the weakest of the 4. I'm actually being despised. It's all because of that damn monk who stole the Laihua. Zichin cursed in his heart. Helplessly, he could only reach into his bosom. Shortly after, a fist-sized stone appeared, emitting a faint golden light. This is a diamond. Everyone's eyes were very sharp. They recognized the diamond at a glance. The young man's eyes were wide open, and there was a trace of undisguised greed in his eyes. A diamond the length of a finger could be called a precious treasure, and a diamond the size of a fist was even more precious. Its value was immeasurable. Not to mention Yukong. Even the city lord of Yunxia City and the head of the Tsang and Li families would fight for it. The young man's gaze made Zichin feel very comfortable. At this moment he held it in his hand and raised it proudly. What a pity! Such a big diamond, but we lost the gold essence. The burly man sighed and said disappointedly. However, at this moment, the 2 of them looked at Zichin strangely. They looked at the diamond, then at Zichin, but did not say anything. Boom! The battle broke out again. Zichin used the diamond as a brick and used the true qi in his body to hit the head of the dragon tiger beast. Boom! It was as if a heavy hammer had smashed into it, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. More than a dozen pieces of the dragon tiger beast's head were shattered, but that was all. The powerful recoil caused Zichin to fly backwards in the air. The other people's attacks fell one after another. Although there was some effect compared to the hill-like dragon tiger beast, a dozen of scales and small bloody holes were nothing. This won't do. After a long battle, everyone was exhausted and gasping for breath. However, the dragon tiger beast did not react at all. The bloody holes on its body were already closed. It snorted and looked at them with disdain. This guy is too hard to kill. Think of a good way. The burly man frowned. What can we do? Our attacks are just tickling it. We can't hurt it at all. The young man was depressed. The only thing we can do now is to attack the dragon tiger beast's weakness and stab its eyes. The old man thought for a while and said helplessly, What? Attack its eyes? Do you want to die? It's not easy to hit its head. If we hit its eyes, we'll be dead. If we can't kill it, we'll be dead. The young man yelled. Then there's no other way. All right then. Helpless. Everyone nodded in agreement. Light flashed and another round of attacks began. Boom! The young man's sword was blocked by the dragon tiger beast. At the same time, the dragon tiger beast's claw hit the dragon tiger beast's chest. The dragon tiger beast's protective true qi instantly shattered and the dragon tiger beast's body flew back. At the same time, the burly man dashed forward and cut a hole in the dragon tiger beast's eye. The dragon tiger beast roared and went completely berserk. Boom! The burly man was sent flying. At the same time, Zichin and the old man's attacks were met with a strong wave of true qi. Boom! Boom! The 2 were thrown far away like kites with a broken string. Roar! A long cut appeared at the corner of the dragon tiger beast's eye. it was completely enraged, and the dragon tiger beast went berserk. Boom! The dragon tiger beast stomped on the ground, and the earth trembled. The dragon tiger beast charged towards them with its mountain-like body. "Oh no, this guy has gone berserk." The burly man yelled and looked like he wanted to retreat. "Let's go. I just remembered that there's a strong force in the distance. Maybe we can deal with it." At this moment, the old man shouted and turned around to run. Swoosh! The burly man followed closely behind. His figure was extremely fast, and he didn't even say a word before he fled. Swoosh! In the distance, the young man also shot out a cold sword chi. This sword chi didn't go for the dragon tiger beast. Instead, it exploded in front of Zichin. Motherf asterisk cur. Zichin cursed angrily. This fellow actually wanted to harm him. The sound of an energy explosion rang out. The dragon tiger beast immediately turned its head. A pair of eyes that had fallen into madness stared at Zichin. Its body that was like a small mountain instantly came crashing down. "Damn you!" Zichin cursed angrily as he turned around and ran. He had thought that the young man had been killed with a single strike, but who would have thought that the young man was actually as if nothing had happened? His speed was extraordinarily fast, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! Zichin was not willing to be outdone. Although his strength was slightly lower, he had the speed of a human. At this moment, in order to display his fastest speed, he no longer emitted a silver light, but a golden light. The golden light was dazzling. At this moment, it was a matter of life and death. It was useless to hide his strength. When the frenzied dragon tiger beast saw the golden light around Zichin, it was suddenly startled and actually retreated from its berserk state. However, when it saw Zichin disappear in the blink of an eye, it suddenly stomped on the ground and rapidly chased after Zichin. "Wait for me." Zichin's body was covered in golden light, and he was fast. However, he couldn't catch up with the three of them. "Brat, run a little slower. I'll go find reinforcements for you." The old man shouted without any sense of loyalty, and his speed was even faster. "That's right. I was thinking the same thing." The burly man was also fast. "Qianlong, you're going to die anyway. You've done a good thing by luring the dragon tiger beast to the side." The young man said coldly. "Bullsh asterisk T. I didn't even settle the score with you when you plotted against me. Now you want to hurt me. Let's see who's going to die." Chapter 175. Lu Bo was from Yunxia City. He represented the famous Lu family of Yunxia City. Although they could not be compared to the Wang family of Yunxia City, they were still a powerful family. There were several imperial sky warriors in the family, and one of them was a patriarch. This time we are here to find the secret codex. Once we find it, we will start the Lu family's business. Maybe we can even build a Lu family city. Lu Bo said to his subordinates again. He was very confident about this treasure hunt. This time he didn't bring many geniuses, only a dozen people. Among them, 5 were at the peak of the Xiantian realm, and the rest were at the late stage of the Xiantian realm. In addition, Lu Bo also brought some of the family's heritage. Their true fighting strength was unfathomable. "Cousin, when are we going to go deeper?" a young man asked in a low voice. After they gathered, they had stayed in the periphery for a long time. "What's the hurry? This is the training ground of the sect 10,000 years ago. It's full of danger. Let those big forces open the way first. When the time comes, we will go up and take advantage of the situation." Lu Bo said, "But good things will be taken by others first." Lu Bo scolded, "Nonsense. This place is full of dangers. Not to mention more than a month. Even if it's 3 months, they won't get the treasure." Lu Bo was very smart, and he had a plan in mind. Their goal was very clear, and that was the supreme secret scripture. As for ordinary things, they didn't care about them at all. Moreover, He also believed that the other forces wouldn't care about these things either. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking wind. Lu Bo frowned and looked into the distance. He saw an old man with a white beard and a tattered robe rushing from the distance. What's going on? This is the training ground of the Xiantian realm. Why did they bring an old guy here? Lu Bo stood up and was a little speechless when he saw the old man. What the F***CK is this? An old man who is about to die still comes here to join in the fun. What is he running for? Is he being chased? Someone cursed in a low voice. They were very speechless about the appearance of the old man. When the old man saw Lu Bo in the distance, his eyes suddenly lit up as if he saw hope. This was the force he was talking about. He sped up again and rushed over. Mother ***, old man. You're being hunted down. Please die somewhere else. Don't come to me. Lu Bo cursed. You old thing. You're about to be buried, yet you still come here to join in the fun. You deserve to be hunted down. Behind Lu Bo, the other cultivators also cursed. However, to everyone's surprise, not only was the old man not angered by those words, he even started to laugh heartily and increased his speed. At this moment, another person appeared at the end of the forest. This was a burly man with a full beard. He was at least 45 years old. What's going on? A half-buried person is actually chasing after a soon-to-be-buried person? This guy should be in his 50s. He actually came to join in the fun. Indeed, people of this age can only bully old people who are about to die. Everyone laughed at him, thinking that the large man was chasing after the old man. One of you has one foot in the grave, and the other is already in the grave. Scram. If you want to fight, then scram. Lu Bo raised his chi and shouted at the old man and the brawny man. However, the two of them did not react at all. They rushed straight towards them with smiles on their faces as if they had seen their family. Did you hear that? My cousin is talking to you two old men. A young man stepped forward and shouted at the two of them. I'm not old. I'm only 25 years old. I just look old. The burly man's defense was very weak. Uffed. You're F***king, 25? I think you're already 52. You're about to die, yet you still came here to hunt for treasures. The young man cursed with a disdainful expression. So be it. It's my honor to meet all of you. I have to thank all of you for today's matter. The burly man did not mind at all. Instead, he smiled gratefully. The few of them did not understand and were confused. Boom! At this moment, the world trembled. What's that sound? Everyone turned their heads and looked around, but they did not see anything. Boom! Another sound was heard, and the ground shook like an earthquake that spread far and wide. It's an earthquake, a cultivator said. No, that's the sound of a demonic beast stomping on the ground. Great. You two old men provoked a demonic beast and came here to ask us to help you deal with it. Lu Bo reacted quickly and glared at the two of them. Boom! The rumbling sound was faster and faster, and it was not far away from them. You're old and you're about to die, yet you still don't learn from your mistakes. How dare you scheme against us? Lu Bo's expression turned extremely unfriendly as his eyes flashed with killing intent. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, two more figures flashed out from the dense forest. One of them was wearing black clothes that were already in tatters, and the other was not much better. His whole body was covered in blood, and his clothes were already in tatters. At this moment, the two of them were flying side by side, cursing at each other. Qinlong, you're F***king, courting death. How dare you set me up? The young man kept scolding. At this moment, his clothes were tattered, and there were numerous wounds all over his body. He was almost hit by the claws of the dragon-tiger beast several times, and it was all thanks to Zichin. You nameless be***starred, you set me up first. You're lucky that you're not dead. I'll settle the score with you after this. Zichin scolded. You still want to settle the score with me? See if I don't kill you." The young man shouted. You Puffed. "You wouldn't dare, even if I gave you a few guts." Zi-Chen was disdainful. It was true that the young man didn't dare to do so. Previously, he had attacked Zi-Chen out of anger, but Zi-Chen had easily dodged the attack. However, he had wasted some time, and the dragon tiger beast had caught up with him. The young man had nearly lost his life. At this moment, the two of them were flying side by side, and neither of them was willing to back down. They kept exchanging insults with each other. F*CKU. The young man cursed. F*CKU. Zi-Chen did not dare to show weakness. His words were sharp, but his speed was fast. They were almost the same. He was like a flash of lightning, flying towards Lu Bo, that's Chunlong, the barbarian, who killed the true energy realm beast. It's that inhuman. I heard that he can even kill the Xiantian full circle beasts here. It's him, that monstrous genius. I heard that he's invincible here. Some people in Lu Bo's group recognized Chenlong and immediately cried out in alarm. Zi-Chen wasn't the strongest among them, but he was the most famous. Back then, he had attracted a lot of attention. Now that he had appeared, it caused a commotion. He's so strong that he's not even afraid of true energy realm beasts. Why is he in such a sorry state now? He's running. Did he meet some powerful beast? The beasts here are all Xiantian full circle beasts. They can't be that strong. Chunlong is actually running away. Seems like the rumors can't be trusted. Someone sighed, not caring at all. What's he doing? Cursing? I think so. He and that young man are greeting each other's relatives. Many cultivators were speechless. They didn't expect to see Chenlong, and they didn't expect that the latter would greet the other's relatives. Everyone watched as the two flew over, greeting each other's relatives as they ran. It was a shocking scene. The burly man and the old man snickered at the side. They were so shocked that they didn't run away. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled again. A giant creature appeared at the end of the jungle. It had a dragon head and a tiger body. Its size was comparable to a small mountain. Every step it took caused the ground to tremble. It was huge, but its body was unusually agile. Its speed was very fast, and it was actually on par with Chunlong. It was following closely behind. What a big guy! Everyone was speechless. They had been here for some time and had seen many beasts, but they had never seen such a huge one. No wonder they're running away. This big guy is so big and fast. It's not something that ordinary people can deal with. The corners of Lu Bo's mouth curled up into a sneer. A mere gigantic demonic beast was nothing to him at all. No, it's a true energy realm beast. Suddenly, a shocked voice was heard. Someone realized that something was wrong. How can it be? It's really a true energy realm beast. How can there be a true energy realm beast here? Damn it, this beast has mutated. Everyone's expression changed, but it was too late. It was impossible to run away now. Zi-Chen and the young man had already rushed over while cursing each other. Then the dragon tiger beast quickly followed. Damn it, prepare to fight. It was too late to run now. They could only fight. Lu Bo let out a roar. Abdomen's true chi was surging. At the same time, he called everyone to prepare to attack. Clang! The sound of weapons being unsheathed was heard. Weapons that emitted cold light appeared one after another. When the dragon tiger beast was old, they turned into rays of light and slashed at its opponent. Sword light, saber light, fist light, battle skills, and powerful attacks swarmed over like a tide and slashed at the dragon tiger beast's huge body. Clang! 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 Everyone's attacks were colorful and dazzling, but the effect was much worse. There were many people who couldn't break through the dragon tiger beast's defense. Beautiful sparks bloomed on the surface of the dragon tiger beast's body. What? How can its defense be so strong? Everyone was shocked by the result. They retreated in horror, but it was too late. They had successfully angered the dragon-tiger beast. Roar! The dragon-tiger beast roared. It raised its sharp claws and slashed down. The space rippled and the air whistled. This attack was powerful and terrifying. Puff! A late-stage Khanate realm cultivator was pierced by the sharp claws. Blood spurted out, and he died instantly. Bang! A true Yuan weapon was smashed into pieces with a single strike. Then the cultivator was smashed into a pile of minced meat. Clang! A Khanate realm cultivator attacked the dragon-tiger beast's head, but it didn't break through its defense. He was easily killed by the dragon-tiger beast. Chapter 176. Under the lead of the old man, Zi Qin and the young man successfully lured the dragon-tiger beast over. Furthermore, the latter was held back by Lu Bo and the rest. However, these people were not as strong as the old man had said. The dragon-tiger beast was like a tiger in a flock of sheep as it massacred them wantonly, causing the Khanate realm cultivators to fall one after another. Qianlong, how dare you set us up? We have no feud with you. How dare you set us up? You'll die a horrible death. Seeing their companions dying one after another and knowing that they might be next, the other cultivators were terrified as they cursed and wanted to escape. However, the dragon-tiger beast seemed to have intelligence, and those who tried to escape died even faster. Qianlong, you'll die a horrible death. How dare you set us up? You're finished. As long as you survive this, it'll be your death. Hearing these curses from afar, Zi Chen was speechless. He was clearly led here by the old man, and the young man was involved as well. If they wanted to scold someone, they should be scolding the four of them. However, he was the only one being scolded. Furthermore, the old man and the burly man took a few steps away and looked at Zi Chen indifferently as if to say, "We don't know you. Your character is too bad." The two of them were disloyal, and Zi Chen was furious. Humph! Even the young man who had lured the dragon-tiger beast over with Zi Chen harumphed coldly and distanced himself from Zi Chen. Standing on the other side, he looked up at the sky with a look that said, "I don't know you. Why the hell are you still harumphing? You're not the one who lured it over, brat. Don't act all high and mighty." Zi Chen could not help but curse, feeling wronged. While Zi Chen was the only one being scolded, the other three were just watching the show. They were not loyal at all. Uft! The dragon-tiger beast's claws fell, and another late-stage cultivator died before he could even scream. They were like a flock of sheep that could not fight back at all. Under the claws of the dragon-tiger beast, death was the only way out. In the blink of an eye, 5 of them were dead. The other 3 looked as if they were watching a good show. They were indifferent to the death of the cultivator. "Sigh, old man, you said that you would have a way to kill the dragon-tiger beasts once we're here. What's the plan? If we don't come up with one soon, they're all going to die." Zi Chen couldn't bear to see them like this. The old man looked at Zi Chen with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He smiled and said, "I have already thought of a way, but the one who can turn the situation around is not me." "If it wasn't you, then who was it?" Zi Chen glared at the old man, feeling like he had been tricked. "It's him. Whether they die or not depends on his mood." The old man pointed at Lu Bo. At this moment, Lu Bo's eyes were red and he was very angry. He kept cursing Zi Chen and put on a pained expression. "Qianlong, I, Lu Bo, swear that we are irreconcilable enemies. Qianlong, just wait for the anger of the Lu family. Our Lu family will not rest until you die." Lu Bo was about to go crazy. He didn't bring his subordinates directly into the depths because he was afraid that they would die. His plan was to fight for the fruits of labor after the major forces were done with everything. But he didn't expect that he would encounter an unexpected disaster even if he stayed in the periphery. "Why are you scolding me? I'm not the one who attracted the dragon-tiger beasts." Zi Chen felt wronged and felt that he was wronged. The other 3 even put on a righteous look. "I don't King know their names. Who else can I scold if not you? Lu Bo felt even more wronged. What was going on? He provoked such a powerful existence for no reason. What can he do? Look at him. If you can't think of a way, his subordinates will all die. Zi Qin was anxious, although this was not his intention, and it was the old man who instigated it. He couldn't bear to see innocent people die because of him. I couldn't tell that you're so kind. The old man chuckled. Don't worry. Even if these people die, that guy won't die. Trust me. Puffed. Another cultivator was slapped into the ground by the dragon tiger beast's claws. His vitality dissipated. As if he was addicted to killing, the dragon tiger beast was no longer in a hurry to chase after Zi Qin and the others. Instead, he stood where he was and slapped them to death. Throughout the chase, Zi Qin had long realized that the dragon tiger beast possessed intelligence, and it possessed all kinds of human-like expressions. At this moment, the dragon tiger beast snorted in disdain. Furthermore, its gaze would sweep over from time to time, as if provoking him. Puffed! Another person died. He was smashed into meat paste without even having the chance to scream. Zi Qin couldn't bear to see it, but he couldn't stop it. As for the old man, the burly man, and the others, they were watching the show calmly. Big brother, save us. Cousin, save me. The others also cried for help and stopped scolding Zi Qin. Ah, ah, ah. Lu Bo's hair flew in anger. He couldn't wait to eat Zi Qin. Seeing his subordinates die one after another, he was heartbroken. However, it was a huge loss for him to use his trump card now. After all, he could only use it when he was fighting for the inheritance. Ah! Miserable screams echoed in his ears. Lu Bo's hesitation caused another 2 people to die. At this moment, the team of more than 10 people was reduced to less than 10, and their numbers were still decreasing rapidly. Out of the 5 Khanate Great Perfection cultivators, only 3 were left. Qinlong, I'm F** King done with you. And that guy in rags, and that old bastard, I swear I'll never forgive you. Lu Bo finally made up his mind and roared indignantly. He reached into his clothes and took out a small flag. It was a small flag that was only the size of a palm. It was very small, and when Lu Bo took it out, the muscles on his face twitched, and he looked like he was in pain. Old bastard, Rags, Qinlong, I won't let you go. Lu Bo scolded, and the small flag in his hand emitted a bright light. The 3 of them were just watching a joke, but when they heard the scolding, they were speechless. As for the young man, he was so angry that his whole body trembled. However, after seeing the small flag in Lu Bo's hand, everyone's negative emotions disappeared. The young man's eyes widened as he stared at the small flag. Forbidden weapon, it's really a forbidden weapon. The big man's eyes lit up, and the old man nodded calmly. Only Zi Qin looked at the small flag in confusion. Is this thing very strong? It's only the size of a palm. Zi Qin's ignorance attracted a lot of rolling eyes. The young man said disdainfully, Country bumpkin, this is a forbidden weapon refined by some great masters. It consumed countless precious materials, and its power is terrifying. It's comparable to a master's attack. After hearing the young man's explanation, Zi Qin was furious. This guy is really shameless. He has such a thing on him. But he didn't take it out earlier. Does he want to wait until everyone is dead? Idiot. The young man sneered. Since it's a forbidden weapon, there's naturally a limit. If there's no limit, then it's not a forbidden weapon. The arrogant young man's face darkened in the next moment. Rotten cloth, old clapper, old thing. Qinlong, I won't let you go. Lu Bo scolded again. The small flag in his hand shook and instantly flew into the sky. The bright light illuminated the surroundings. At the same time, the moment the small flag flew into the sky, a terrifying aura was emitted from the small flag, rippling in all directions. This, Zi Qin's face changed. This aura was extremely terrifying. Once it landed, Zi Qin would be no match for it. The dragon-tiger beast's disdainful expression disappeared, and there was a trace of fear in its red eyes. The terrifying aura from the small flag made it feel the danger of death. Without hesitation, it turned around and tried to escape. Roar! The sound was like the roar of a dragon and a tiger. However, a ruthless killing intent had already locked onto the dragon-tiger beast. Before it could escape, the small flag shot out a ray of light. At this moment, there was only this ray of light in the world. It was so dazzling and bright that it made people unable to open their eyes. The terrifying aura was rippling, and the destructive energy was raging. Time seemed to have fallen into eternity. Boom! The terrifying attack caused the world to tremble. The ground cracked, and the trees exploded into dust. It was like a bolt of lightning had struck the world, and it continued to wreak havoc on everything. Roar! A low and terrifying roar was heard. The dragon-tiger beast seemed to have suffered a great loss. Its voice was mournful and filled with pain. Smoke and dust danced in the air, blocking everyone's sight. When the dust settled, Zichen saw a shocking scene. The gigantic dragon-tiger beast's body was comparable to a small mountain, and its head was comparable to a millstone. There was a huge bloody hole in its head that brushed past half of its head, leaving behind a huge bloody hole. Blood gushed out like a fountain gushing out. With just one attack, the dragon-tiger beast was severely injured, and its life was in danger. The power of the forbidden weapon made Zichen extremely fearful. Buzz! In midair, the small flag was emitting a dazzling light. At this moment, it was trembling slightly. A terrifying aura appeared again, as if it was about to launch another powerful attack. Roar! Seeing this, the dragon-tiger beast's eyes were filled with fear. Ignoring the pain in its body, it turned around and fled with its huge body. Monster, don't run! Lubo shouted. The small flag above his head kept trembling, and a terrifying aura escaped. The dragon-tiger beast roared and sped up. In the blink of an eye, the dragon-tiger beast disappeared. Crack, crack! Cracks appeared on the small flag, emitting cracking sounds. Then, the light dimmed, and the flag fell from the sky. Lubo caught it with his hand. Damn it! I was going to hit its head, but it dodged it. I wasted an attack, and it didn't even kill it. Lubo was furious, and he was very unhappy. This forbidden weapon, when used at full power, was comparable to the sect leader's attack. However, if used sparingly, it could be used 3 to 4 times. Although its power was weakened, it was just right in the training ground. But Lubo did not expect that his attack did not hit the dragon-tiger beast's vital point, and it escaped with serious injuries. Damn it, it's all your fault. Lubo was furious. He turned around and looked at Zichen and the rest, but he was dumbfounded. The place where Zichen and the rest were standing was now empty. The 4 of them were gone. Chapter 177. Zichen was shocked to see that the dragon-tiger beast was severely injured. Just then, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. He turned around and was furious. The 3 of them ran away at the same time. They were not loyal at all. Zichen was the last to run again. As soon as he entered the forest, he heard Lubo's roar. His body trembled and he ran even faster. A forbidden weapon is too scary. It can kill with 1 hit. Zichen was shocked. Lubo was not as strong as him. But if he took out a forbidden weapon, Zichen would be dead for sure. After running for more than 10 miles, the 4 of them stopped. Everyone, the dragon-tiger beast, is severely injured. Why don't we turn back and kill it together? The young man suggested. His clothes were tattered. You're a fool, aren't you? That dragon-tiger beast is so strong that we can't even break its defense. Even if it's heavily injured, it's not on the brink of death. We can't kill it, Zichen mocked. The dragon-tiger beast would run away in the face of a forbidden weapon. Even if it was severely injured, It would be furious when it saw them. A furious dragon-tiger beast was terrifying. Zi-Chin did not think that the four of them could kill it. Humph! The young man snorted and turned to look at the burly man and the old man. Indeed, the burly man shook his head, disappointment in his eyes. Sigh, this is a great opportunity. We have to give it up, unless Lu Bo is willing to help us again. The old man shook his head and sighed. Indeed, the young man was also depressed. However, he quickly composed himself and said, I'm here to look for treasures. Since we can't kill the dragon-tiger beast, I'll take my leave. Then, without waiting for the three of them to reply, he flew into the forest. His clothes swayed and the tattered cloth shook. Tattered cloth. Zi-Chen's eyes flashed coldly. A murderous intent rose from the bottom of his heart. What do you want? The burly man stared at Zi-Chen and asked mockingly, I want to kill him. He plotted against me before. He has evil intentions. Zi-Chen said. However, the murderous intent in his eyes had disappeared. Then go and kill them. The big man waved his hand, but there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. I changed my mind again. I don't want to kill anymore. Zi-Chen said. What's more, the two of you aren't any better. You don't have any morals. Let's part ways here. After he finished speaking, Zi-Chen turned around and left. His figure was elegant, and he walked away magnanimously. However, he was regretful that he couldn't kill the Longhu beast. We don't care about morality, haha. The burly man laughed. The old man smiled. Seeing that Zi-Chen had really left and was about to disappear into the dense forest, he finally opened his mouth. I say, kid, you really gave up on that token. Without it, it's impossible to obtain the inheritance of the everlasting sect. What can I do if I don't give up? You can kill the dragon-tiger beast if you have the ability. Zi-Chen sneered without turning his head. Of course, we won't be able to kill it. But if you follow me, I promise you that you will be able to witness the death of the dragon-tiger beast with your own eyes. The old man smiled. Zi-Chen turned his head and stared at the old man. You're joking. I'm already so old. Why would I joke with a kid like you? The old man also stared at Zi-Chen. If even we can't kill the dragon-tiger beast, who else can? Are you sure that Lu Bo will go back? Of course not. That guy values the forbidden weapon more than his life. Every strike is like taking half of his life away. It's better to count on yourself than count on him. Then who else? Didn't he go? Didn't you see? The old man smiled. This time, don't say that we didn't call you. You mean that piece of cloth has the ability to kill the dragon-tiger beast. Zi-Chen was very surprised. No matter how he looked at it, the piece of cloth was ordinary. That kid is very sinister. He must have left in a hurry to find the dragon-tiger beast. Follow us. I guarantee that you won't be taken advantage of. This time, it was the burly man who spoke. His strength is ordinary. Zi-Chen still didn't understand. Are you stupid? His strength is ordinary, but what if he has a forbidden weapon? The burly man glared. Forbidden weapon? You're saying that piece of cloth has a forbidden weapon? Haha, are you kidding? Zi-Chen laughed as if he had heard a joke. If he has a forbidden weapon, he would have waited until now. Do you want me to say that you're honest or that you're stupid? That kid is from Floating Snow City. His skills are all extremely cold. He's already at peak Xiantian at such a young age. His identity is definitely not ordinary. It's impossible for him to come to the ruins without a forbidden weapon. The burly man sneered. Do you think everyone is like you? He really has a forbidden weapon. Zi-Chen didn't care about the burly man's sarcasm. He just couldn't believe it. That guy actually has a forbidden weapon. That guy actually has a forbidden weapon. This was too unbelievable. We'll know whether he has it or not when we see it. The old man said indifferently. Okay. The three of them quickly left. However, Zi-Chen's heart was extremely shaken. There was a forbidden artifact. That thing sounded very precious and was definitely very rare. This was the first time he had heard of it, but he was going to see it twice in one day. This thing is a forbidden weapon, not a cabbage. Zi Chen muttered as if he had thought of something. He asked, "Then, according to what you said, those big forces should have forbidden weapons this time?" "Of course. Otherwise, why would they come here?" The burly man sneered. "Oh my God, is this thing really a cabbage? Then give me one too. A cabbage." The burly man laughed involuntarily and said, "In the outside world, these things are extremely rare, but in this place they might really be as common as cabbages. Any random genius with a backer should have one." Finally, the burly man added, "Of course, that doesn't include you." Zi Chen was so angry that he vomited blood. The three turned back and went around the cursing Lubo. Once again, they came to the place where they met the dragon-tiger beast. Far away, the three of them hid in the dark. The dragon-tiger beast was lying on the ground. Blood flowed out of its body and dyed the ground red. It was listless, but it was not dying. It definitely still had the strength to fight. If the three of them rushed forward, they would definitely be torn apart by the angry dragon-tiger beast. "Are you sure that the ragged cloth has a forbidden weapon and will come back?" Zi Chen asked softly. "Shut up. I wasn't sure before, but after listening to you all the way here, I'm sure now. Just wait for the token." The burly man scolded. The three of them hid in the dark and waited quietly. 1 minute, 2 minutes. A full 15 minutes passed, but there was still no sign of anyone. Zi Chen was a little anxious. After so long, the dragon-tiger beast did not become weak. Instead, it stopped bleeding and seemed to be recovering. Compared to him, the other two were much calmer. Another quarter of an hour passed. Just as Zi Chen was about to lose his patience, he finally saw a figure. "Ragged cloth, you're here." The first thing Zi Chen saw was a tattered piece of cloth swaying in the wind. Then a young man appeared cautiously. "Humph, a bunch of idiots with pig brains." After glancing behind and making sure that no one was following them, the young man sneered. "Roar." The dragon-tiger beast's spiritual sense was very strong. It noticed the young man's arrival immediately. It roared and stood up like a small mountain. However, it affected its wound and blood flowed out again. The dragon-tiger beast's eyes were red. Its aura was still violent and murderous as it stared at the young man. "Beast, today is the day you die." The young man shouted with disdain. "Roar." The dragon-tiger beast roared. Its eyes were filled with murderous intent. It crouched down and seemed to be preparing for a powerful attack. However, in the next moment, the murderous look in its eyes was replaced by fear. The young man flipped his hand, and a palm-sized spear appeared. The spear emitted a dense, blood-red light, as if it had been fished out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Forbidden weapon, it's indeed a forbidden weapon. Zi Chen's eyes flickered. Another forbidden weapon. This young man was indeed not ordinary. It had a different appearance, but a familiar aura. The dragon-tiger beast's heart skipped a beat. Its eyes were filled with fear. It turned around and ran without hesitation. "Bastard, die." The young man activated the true qi in his body and threw the bloody spear high into the air. Buzz! The spear vibrated and a bloody aura burst out. The palm-sized spear turned into an ordinary spear in an instant. The glaring red light made it hard for people to open their eyes. At the same time, it was accompanied by a powerful aura. The poor dragon-tiger beast was strong and could defeat everything. However, it could only run for its life after encountering a forbidden weapon that should not exist in this world. Swoosh! However, in terms of speed, it was no match for the crimson spear. The latter was like a crimson ray that streaked across the sky, carrying a crazy murderous intent as if it had traversed a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood as it charged toward the dragon-tiger beast's head. Roar! The dragon-tiger beast sensed the danger and let out a deafening roar. At the same time, Its millstone-sized head dodged to the side. Swoosh! The spear brushed past the dragon tiger beast's head and broke a few of its scales. It whizzed into the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The dragon tiger beast was overjoyed. It turned around and ran, thinking that it had dodged the attack. But then a sharp whistling sound rang out, and the blood-red spear turned back again. Like a divine arrow, it pierced through the air and ruthlessly pierced into the head of the dragon tiger beast. Boom! At the same time, a terrifying energy burst out and destroyed the dragon tiger beast's head. The latter's mountain-like body fell to the ground with a loud bang, and dust flew up. It's dead. The dragon tiger beast died just like that. Zi-Chin was extremely shocked when he saw this. A dragon tiger beast that was considered invincible in this place had died after being struck twice by a forbidden weapon. Seeing the dragon tiger beast fall to the ground, the burly man and the old man's eyes were filled with eagerness. Swoosh! The bloody spear returned to the size of a palm. However, there were some cracks on the surface. Apparently, there was a limit to the number of times it could be used. When the energy was depleted, it would shatter. The young man's eyes flashed with pain. He flipped his hand and put away the bloody spear. These idiots have obviously left. This token is mine. Seeing the corpse on the ground, the young man's expression softened. However, at this moment, a hearty laugh was heard. The young man's body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. Haha, impressive. You killed the dragon tiger beast. Not bad, not bad. Chapter 178. In the forest, the gigantic corpse of the Longhu beast was lying there like a small hill. The young man from Floating Snow City was still proud of himself, thinking that he had successfully deceived the other party. However, the next moment, the young man trembled as if he had been electrocuted. Impressive. You actually killed the Longhu beast. You really put me to shame. The burly man laughed and walked out from the darkness. Hee, young and fearsome. Not bad. You have a bright future. The old man smiled. Trash. Not bad. You didn't show off before. I didn't expect you to be an expert. Zi-Chin teased the other party. The three of them appeared and walked side by side. It's you guys. Didn't you leave? The young man's body trembled as his eyes flashed coldly. Swoosh! The blood-red spear that he had just put away appeared again, emitting a strong killing intent. Io, a forbidden weapon. The burly man let out a strange cry, but he did not move. Young man, let's talk nicely. Why do you have to use weapons? The old man smiled, not caring at all. Zi-Chin curled his lips and shrugged, not saying anything. What's there to talk about? I killed the Longhu beast. The token can only belong to me. The young man shouted. You alone? But there are 4 of us here. Don't you think being selfish is shameless? Good things should be shared. The old man asked. Why should I? Then why should you keep it all to yourself? The young man pointed at the forbidden weapon in his hand and said, Because of this. As long as I'm ruthless, all of you will die. At that time, you won't even be able to keep your lives, let alone the token. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. Forbidden weapon? The old man smiled and said, I admit that it's powerful, but it depends on who is using it. Do you think you can kill us with it? Of course. The young man was confident. Then you can try. I don't dare to say anything else. But the 3 of us together can block the attack of the forbidden weapon. Unless you dare to use all the energy of the forbidden weapon in one go. But I don't think you have the strength to do so. The old man smiled. I can't use it at full power, but 3 times is more than enough to kill you. Then what do you think will happen if the 3 of us use the diamond to block the front? The young man stopped talking. The diamond was exceptionally sturdy. Although it had lost the gold essence, its sturdiness was still there. Even powerful forbidden artifacts could not break through it. When the 3 of them worked together to activate the diamond, they could indeed block the attacks of forbidden artifacts. The young man was discouraged. He glanced at Zi-Chun with resentment. It was all his fault. If it weren't for that stupid stone, he would have had the forbidden weapon. With just that old bastard and that old bastard, they wouldn't have dared to come forward. All right, share. The young man gritted his teeth, unwilling and unwilling. His eyes were filled with resentment, as if the three of them had done something that angered the heavens and the people. All right, kid, don't look like you just ate a dead dog. Hurry up and find the token, the big man urged. Humph! The young man gritted his teeth and stepped forward with his sword. An hour later, where is it? Where's the token? The young man began to roar, his voice rolling like thunder. Not far away, the mountain-like corpse was gone. In its place was a beast head that was split into two, a huge piece of beast skin, large pieces of beast meat for limbs, some extremely clean beast bones, and a pile of internal organs. The young man spent an hour to clean the dragon-tiger beast from top to bottom. Everything was cleaned out except for the token. Where is it? Where is the token? The young man roared. At this moment, he was about to break down. It was fine if they shared the token. After all, they had gained something. But now, they didn't even have the token. A rare forbidden artifact was wasted just like that. I hate it. He roared at the sky, extremely unwilling. He looked at the old man and the big man and shouted hysterically, "Where's the token? Where's the token?" Both of them shrugged and smiled, indicating that they didn't know. Where's the token? The young man roared at Zi-Chun. Idiot! How would I know what the token is? Maybe that pile of shit is the token. You keep it first. Zi-Chun said angrily, You're courting death. The two of them almost fought, but the old man and the big man pulled them away. I'm asking you where the token is. The young man was about to go crazy. He felt more wrong than Lu Bo. At least the latter wanted to protect his subordinates. But he was purely looking for trouble. He was just here to give away a forbidden artifact. The young man was roaring, but the three of them didn't dare to ignore him. They just treated him like a mad dog that needed to vent. Another half an hour passed. The smell of barbecued meat came from the forest. Not bad, this thing is really nutritious. Zi-Chun held a piece of golden barbecued meat in his hand and tore it off. The grease spread and the fragrance filled the air. It is indeed nutritious. This is a mutated beast. It can nourish the body. Eat more. The big man's mouth was also full of barbecued meat. His words were a little unclear. Yes, eat more, eat more. The old man was also smiling. He looked like he was enjoying it. In the distance, the young man was holding his head with his hands. His eyes were red and he was blaming himself. A forbidden artifact was wasted just like that. After eating a big mouthful of meat, Zi-Chun felt warm in his stomach. It was as if he had eaten a pill. This warm current flowed directly into his body. It was very comfortable. It's really good stuff. Zi-Chun's eyes lit up. Looking at the mountain of meat beside him, he was thinking about how to bring all these things. Eating meat alone isn't enough. We should have some wine. The big man was unhappy. Wine? This is the wilderness. What kind of wine is there? Zi-Chun asked. Why not? The big man turned his head and looked at the young man on the other side. He shouted, Hey, little guy, give me a few bottles of wine. The young man ignored him. He was about to go crazy. Little guy, I'm talking to you. Wine. Hurry up and give me wine. Wine, I want wine. Don't knock. I just want wine, not your forbidden artifact. The big man kept talking. He was very noisy. The young man was angry, but he couldn't do anything about it. He was really annoyed by the shouting. He took out 3 bottles of wine and threw them over. Drink, drink to death. Each of them had a bottle. The big man opened it and took a sip. The fragrance of the wine filled the forest. At the same time, he kept talking. Good wine. Suddenly, the young man was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. This wine was taken out from a spatial treasure, causing Zichen to feel a burst of envy and jealousy. He thought to himself, as expected of a disciple of an aristocratic family, he had power and backing, but his strength wasn't that great, yet he had a forbidden weapon and a spatial treasure. The fragrance of the wine and meat filled the forest. The three of them ate heartily. After eating to their heart's content, the three of them lay on the ground. They were too full and needed some time to digest. In the distance, the young man was so hungry that his stomach was growling. Unfortunately, the barbecued meat was eaten by the three of them. Okay, now we should discuss how to find the token. The old man closed his mouth and said faintly. Zichen immediately sat up and asked, "Isn't it gone?" In the distance, the young man also pricked up his ears. The big man was indifferent. He was holding a wild grass in his mouth. Gone. Who said it's gone? The old man asked. We ate all the meat. How can there be a token? It's not here, but it doesn't mean it's not in other places. The old man said firmly. Are you sure? Zichen sat down again. He didn't believe it at all. The young man also turned his head and cursed in his heart. Old liar. 10,000 years have passed. Even the dragon tiger beast has mutated. Maybe there's something wrong with the token. If it's not here, it could be somewhere else. Who would believe you? Maybe it was taken by the martial ancestors' people. Zichen curled his lips and closed his eyes to rest. It's not that I'm looking down on them, but they don't even know the name of the sect from 10,000 years ago. They are just a bunch of people who think they've hit the jackpot. They have high standards, but little ability. Even if a token is placed in front of them, they wouldn't know. Zichen sat up again. Are you telling the truth? Of course. And I'm sure that the token is within a dozen miles. Let me rest for a while, and then we'll look for it together. The old man closed his eyes after saying this. Since it's there, let's go quickly. What are we waiting for? The young man was the first to jump up. He was full of energy again. Zichen also got up and urged them. No, my old arms and legs need to rest. Then let the ragged cloth carry you. In the end, the four of them set off. The old man naturally walked, but the ragged cloth refused to carry him. He almost took out a forbidden weapon because of this. With the small mountain where the dragon tiger beast was previously at as the center, it was undoubtedly a huge project to search inch by inch in a radius of more than 10 miles. It would take at least a few days with just the four of them. Moreover, the four of them didn't trust each other and couldn't search separately. They could only search together, which was more time-consuming. On the first day, the four of them returned at night. After a tiring day, they ate meat and drank wine again. The mountain-like beast meat here was simply very nutritious. Ragged cloth. You should put some of this meat in your spatial treasure. This way, we won't have to keep coming back, Zichen suggested. Qianlong, do you dare to say that again? Chu Fei said coldly. Okay, Chu Fei, put some of this meat in your spatial treasure. This thing is very nutritious, Zichen said. What do you think a spatial treasure is? A rotten bottle? You put all kinds of rubbish in it. Besides, is this a spatial treasure, country bumpkin? Chu Fei said disdainfully. He took a bite of the barbecued meat and swallowed it, with the small mountain as the center, for figures appeared within a dozen miles. They left early in the morning and returned late at night to search for the token. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 5 days, a total of 7 days passed, but the four of them found nothing. Even the mountain-like barbecued meat had decreased by a third. The four of them searched during the day and cultivated at night. With the vaporized spirit qi and the nutritious beast meat, Zichen's strength was increasing. There were changes happening almost every day, which attracted a lot of surprised gazes. Occasionally, he would see a beast guarding a spiritual herb. Zi-chun would go forward and use his iron fists to smash it, and then refine the spiritual herb. He's really a monster. The three of them admired Zi-chun very much. Only the old man and the big man admired him from the bottom of their hearts. However, Chu-fei didn't mean it. Moreover, the way he looked at Zi-chun was always with a strange light, which made Zi-chun feel a chill in his heart. After 10 days, they finally searched the area within a dozen miles, but found nothing. "Old thing, are you lying?" Chu-fei said impolitely. When they first met, he called the two of them seniors. Now he was calling them old thing and old piece of cake. Zi-chun didn't sympathize with the other party. He didn't believe this old thing anymore. His mouth was full of shit, and he was talking nonsense. "Absolutely. I dare to use my dignity to guarantee it," the old man said solemnly. "Do you have dignity?" Chu-fei rolled his eyes, and Zi-chun also agreed. The group moved forward aimlessly, full of anger. Bang! Zi-chun kicked a sharp stone sticking out of the ground. The scene of the stone being kicked away didn't happen. Instead, Zi-chun hugged his leg and jumped up. Chapter 179. After searching for 10 days without any clues, everyone was filled with anger. Zi-chun kicked a rock, intending to vent his anger, but who knew that the rock was indestructible and abnormally heavy, causing Zi-chun to feel pain. He hugged his foot and jumped up, crying out in pain. "Humph, idiot." Chu-fei sneered, finally seizing the opportunity to ridicule him. The old man and the burly man had a strange look in their eyes. They had seen Zi-chun's physique before. It was simply terrifying. Kicking a rock away was as easy as kicking a lump of mud. But now, the two of them looked down at the same time and saw a sharp rock that seemed to have been cut by a sharp weapon. The two of them looked at each other. The burly man stepped forward and kicked it. His strength was very light, and he didn't use much strength. With a pung sound, the sharp stone was broken by his waist, and a piece the size of a fist fell into the distance. The burly man was dumbfounded. He didn't use any strength at all, and the thing broke. He looked at Zi-chun again. He was in pain because of the force. "Could it be that my physique has become stronger after eating meat recently?" "It's actually stronger than Qinlong," the burly man couldn't help but think. But he quickly dispelled this ridiculous idea. He knew how terrifying Zi-chun's physique was. He was far from being comparable to him. "Kid, don't pretend. Is there any meaning to it?" Chu-fei sneered. In his opinion, Zi-chun was completely pretending. "Is there any meaning to it?" The old man was also a little speechless. "I didn't expect you to be so honest and know how to be funny. But is there any meaning to it?" The burly man was the same. The three of them were unhappy. They turned around and left. Obviously, they didn't think the joke was funny, even if Zi-chun's acting was very realistic. "What's going on?" Zi-chun was dumbfounded. He was wronged. He wasn't acting at all. It was really painful before, but when he looked in the distance, a fist-sized rock was lying there quietly. The burly man kicked it lightly and broke it. At this moment, Zi-chun was confused. The pain on the tip of his foot was so obvious, but everything was so unreasonable. "I don't believe it." Zi-chun stepped forward, lifted his foot again, and stomped hard on the stone. This time he used his true chi. Everyone raised their eyebrows. They didn't expect Zi-chun to be so serious. "Pooh!" With a soft sound, Zi-chun's foot landed, but it was accompanied by a scream. Zi-chun was like a mouse whose tail had been stepped on. He jumped several meters into the air, and his face turned ashen. Looking at the ground again, the fist-sized rock was still lying there calmly. It didn't even sink into the ground. "What's going on?" The three of them were puzzled. Even if he was acting, he shouldn't be acting like this. Although the acting was very realistic, was this the time for acting? The three of them felt bored. Boring. Chu-fei, who was already very unhappy with Zi-chun, said coldly. The The burly man and the old man both frowned. I'm not pretending. This thing is really weird. Zi-Chin felt so wrong that he was about to cry, but no one believed him. You go and try, the old man said again. The burly man nodded, stepped forward, and gently stepped on the stone. With a poochy sound, the stone was stepped into the ground. It was very easy. Shinlong, that's enough. This joke isn't funny at all. Let's go find the token. The burly man's voice was a little cold, but he was extremely unhappy. Was there any meaning in this kind of joke? I'm really not pretending. If you don't believe me, look at the bottom of my shoe. There's a hole. Zi-Chin felt very wronged. He limped forward and showed everyone the bottom of his shoe. There was indeed a hole. Everyone was dumbfounded. If it was acting, it was purely to amuse everyone. There was no need to work so hard and break his own shoe. Is there really something strange? Several people began to doubt. Zi-Chin picked up the stone that had been trampled into the mud. Then, in front of everyone, he activated his golden true chi and forcefully pinched the stone apart. There was no pretense at all. However, no matter how much force Zi-Chin used, the stone did not budge at all. Its hardness was comparable to diamond. Do you believe me now? Zi-Chin took the stone and walked back, muttering, I want to see what's so strange about this thing. Zi-Chin squatted down and used his hand as a shovel to dig the soil. Qinlong, you're so childish. Are you a 3-year-old child? Stop fooling around. We should go. Chu Fei said sarcastically, Shut up, you piece of trash. Zi-Chin shouted angrily, Do you want to die? Chu Fei's eyes flashed with a cold light. Don't talk. Everyone dig. Maybe there really is something strange. The old man found something strange, so he also lowered his head and began to dig. The burly man was skeptical, but he also squatted down. A bunch of idiots. You're just fooling around with a fool. Chu Fei rolled his eyes and looked to the side. In his opinion, this was simply childish behavior. I've dug it out. There really is something strange. But then the burly man's exclamation sounded. The 3 of them worked together, and with their true chi, the digging speed was very fast. When they dug a meter-deep hole, the 3 of them found that it wasn't a big stone at all, but a statue. A statue? This is a trial ground. Where did this statue come from? The burly man was puzzled. The old man seemed to have thought of something and said anxiously, Hurry up and dig it out. The 3 of them dug hard again. A moment later, a statue that had been buried for God knows how long was unearthed. It was incomplete, only having a lower body and no upper body. The statue was very ordinary. It was unknown what material it was made of. It looked like stone, but it wasn't. The old man looked carefully and frowned. His face was full of wrinkles, but he couldn't see anything special. At this moment, Zi-Chin used his strength and hit the statue. Clang! Sparks flew. Zi-Chin felt a stabbing pain and took a few steps back. His full strength attack not only didn't break the statue, it didn't even fall. What are you doing? The old man stared at Zi-Chin. I just want to see what this thing is. It's so strange. Now you see, we're not pretending, Zi-Chin said. Stop hitting. If I'm not wrong, this should be the token we're looking for. The old man's low voice sounded. What? This is the token? Zi-Chin was dumbfounded, and so was the burly man. As for Chu Fei, he flew over and stared at the statue with his eyes almost popping out. He couldn't wait to snatch it. I'm just guessing. I'm not sure, but we have to find the complete statue first. The old man said, Okay. This time, everyone was very enthusiastic. Zi-Chin carried the statue, and they moved forward together. And this time no one complained, because the 3 of them tried to lift this half-statue, but they couldn't. It was like a mountain that weighed hundreds of thousands of pounds. When they pulled it out, it didn't feel like this, but when it was unearthed, it was abnormally heavy. Only Zi-Chin could move it. Only Zi-Chin was able to lift the statue effortlessly. Then he turned around and carried it on his back. Sure enough, it's strange. In the following days, the four of them tried their best to find the rest of the statue. Relatively speaking, this was a relatively difficult task. On the second day, the four of them found a severed arm by a small river. On the edge of a mountain stream, they found another arm. On the third day, they found nothing. On the fourth day, they found another half of the body in a demonic beast's lair. As for the demonic beast, it was naturally killed by Zichin. On the seventh day, the statue was almost restored. Only a neck, an arm, and a head were missing. This mark can't be older than a year. It must have been done by those prodigal sons of the martial sect. They saw a broken statue and actually cut open. At the riverbank, the old man found the neck that was cut off and cursed angrily. This is the main token of the everlasting sect's inheritance. Those prodigal sons, not only are they ignorant, they even cut such a precious thing into pieces and treated it like trash. The four of them walked for a while and found a complete arm. At this moment, the statue had been restored except for the head. However, from the surface, it still looked ordinary. "Hurry up and find the head," the old man urged. Beside a pile of rocks, Zichen found the head of the statue. However, it was only half of it, and it was split in the middle. The cut was very smooth, as if it had been cut by a sharp sword. "We still need half." That bunch of ignorant fools. The old man wanted to slap the martial sect disciple to death. Seeing that the statue was so resplendent that it was beyond recognition, he was truly heartbroken. Prodigal son, this is a blasphemy to the strong. Finally, the old man found the other half of the head beside a pile of dried feces. However, there were some yellow things on one side of the head. The old man was so angry that his whole body trembled. He wanted to curse all the ancestors of the martial ancestor since its establishment. It's just a statue. What blasphemy! Old man, you're making a fuss about nothing. Zichen smiled indifferently, not caring at all. Boom! Just as he finished speaking, the other half of the head was replaced by the old man, and the statue began to change. An aura surged out, and in the next moment the statue, which had been light as a feather, suddenly became as heavy as a mountain, pressing down on Zichen. Crack! Crack! His bones made crisp sounds. The statue was pressing down on his back, and he couldn't get rid of it at all. It was like a mountain. "Quick, help me." Zichen begged for help. His eyes were filled with shock. However, the statue was emitting an invisible aura. The two couldn't get close at all. As for Chu Fei, he didn't want to help at all. Crack, crack. Zichen's bones made cracking sounds as if they were about to break. Moreover, there was a strong pressure on the statue, making Zichen feel suffocated. A sense of crisis rose from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, Zichen felt that his life was in danger. Am I going to be crushed to death by this statue? Zichen was shocked and terrified. At this moment, he couldn't move or speak. He was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. This statue was very strange. It was as if it weighed down on Zichen, causing his bones to creak and his life to be in danger. If he died, Zichen would be the first cultivator to be crushed to death by this statue in the past 1,000 years. Just when he couldn't hold on any longer, the pressure on the statue suddenly disappeared, and the statue became light again. Zichen gasped for breath. He had just survived a disaster, so he quickly put the statue on the ground and ran like a frightened rabbit for dozens of meters. Chapter 180. Almost crushed to death by the statue, Zichen was like a frightened rabbit. He jumped a dozen meters away and stared at the statue in fear. At this moment, the statue had been assembled and was standing there quietly. He didn't die. Chu Fei sighed, his eyes full of disappointment. "Kid, you've suffered." Seeing the frightened Zichen, the old man smiled faintly, but he was also relieved. Along the way, the old man had a good impression of Zichen. He was kind and alert, honest and intelligent. Compared to Zichen's character was much better. What's going on? Zichen didn't know what was going on. His eyes were still filled with fear. The statue was very strange. It was powerful enough to kill him, but it stopped at the last moment and spared his life. The old man looked at Zichen meaningfully and said, "This is the result of being disrespectful to the strong. In the Tianwu continent, never underestimate anything. Sometimes statues have their own thoughts." Statues have their own thoughts? What a joke! Zichen laughed involuntarily, not caring about it at all. Boom! The statue suddenly went berserk and shot out a ray of light from its arm. It hit Zichen like a bolt of lightning and sent him flying dozens of meters into the ground. When he crawled out, he was covered in dirt and dirt. Beside him, the big man and Chu Fei's expressions changed. They quickly retreated as if they had seen a great enemy. The statue actually came to life and shot out an energy attack. Zichen was also frightened. He no longer spoke rudely, but he didn't dare to go forward. "Now you know, kid. The world is full of wonders. There are many strange things. Take a good look. If I'm not wrong, this is the first step to obtaining the inheritance. As for whether you can comprehend anything and obtain the token, that will depend on your luck." The old man's voice was solemn. Clearly, he did not have any intention of looking down on the statue. After he finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to Zichen. Instead, he withdrew his consciousness and focused on the statue. The burly man seemed to have understood something and was also watching with rapt attention. As for Chu Fei, he seemed to have been absorbed in it. His eyes were in a daze, and he had already lost all his defenses. If Zichen were to attack at this moment, he would naturally be able to kill him. Zichen may be greedy, but I'm not the kind of person who would take advantage of others. Zichen turned his head and put away all distracting thoughts. Although he had been thinking about Chu Fei's forbidden artifact for a long time, Zichen still couldn't do something like taking advantage of someone's unpreparedness to rob them. He had his own bottom line. His gaze shifted away from Chu Fei and landed on the statue once more. At this moment, Zichen was also sizing up the statue for the first time. It was a statue of a man. It was very lifelike. His eyes were bright and full of spirit. He stood there as if he was the only one in the world. He was tall and majestic. At first glance, Zichen was attracted. The statue looked forward with sharp eyes like two cold bolts of lightning. His fingers were pointing to the sky, and his mouth was slightly open. It was unknown what he was saying or roaring. Zichen's mind was instantly attracted. His mind was in a mess. It was as if his soul was about to leave his body and float to the statue. In a daze, Zichen seemed to see a tall man. His body emitted a bright golden light. He stood at the end of the world and coldly looked at Zichen. Tall and majestic, he seemed to be the only one in the world. His eyes pierced through hundreds of thousands of miles and landed on Zichen. An extremely powerful aura radiated from his body. Wherever he was, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A large black hole appeared. It was as if the world could not withstand this energy and could only stay in the endless void. The man didn't speak. He only stared at Zichen from hundreds of thousands of miles away. In front of this majestic figure, Zichen felt very small. Moreover, all his secrets were seen through by the other party with a single glance. It was as if he was looking at him from endless time and space. After a hurried glance, the majestic man withdrew his gaze. He looked up at the sky. His sharp eyes were like cold lightning, piercing through the sky and looking into the void. Zichen's eyes were mortal and couldn't see what was in the void. However, the man stared intently. Time seemed to have stopped. It was as if he had fallen into eternity. No one spoke. No one breathed. The world was silent as if it had fallen into a dead silence. Everything withered. Not even a blade of grass was alive. At this moment, the man withdrew his gaze. Starlight flickered in his eyes as if he was deducing something. A mysterious Tao diagram appeared in his eyes. Zichen was too far away to see all of this. This deduction lasted for a long time. 1 year, 10 years, thousands of years, tens of thousands of years. Perhaps it was an eternity. Finally, the man moved. He formed a seal with both hands. A set of extremely mysterious seals appeared between his fingers. The seals were very fast. He formed them for a full quarter of an hour. In a breath's time, millions of seals flashed by. Zichen concentrated, but he had a splitting headache. He couldn't see clearly at all. It was too fast and too complicated. Boom! As the seal fell, the sky trembled violently. A large area of space collapsed, revealing a pitch-black hole. Zichen saw an endless amount of spatial turbulence. What a powerful seal! Zichen exclaimed. He only saw the man forming seals, but there was no energy. The simple seals shattered a piece of space. If energy was used, this move would be even more terrifying. Unfortunately, such a powerful move was comparable to a divine skill in Zichen's eyes. However, the man wasn't satisfied. In his eyes, the Tao diagram appeared again. He was deducing again. After a long time, his hands formed seals again. This time, although the seals were complicated, it only took a few minutes to complete. Boom! The sky shattered. This time the seals were very short, but the power was not weak. He is creating a powerful battle skill. Zichen exclaimed. He wanted to remember this set of seals. Unfortunately, hundreds of thousands of seals were formed in a breath. Zichen couldn't see clearly at all, and his mind was far from being able to keep up. Such a powerful move, but the man was still not satisfied. At this moment he was deducing it again. Therefore, across 2 spaces, Zichen saw the birth of a powerful battle skill. The man deduced it again and again. He didn't know how many times. In short, Zichen knew that the sky in front of him had collapsed at least 1,000 times, and each time it was more and more powerful. Moreover, the seals became simpler and simpler in the end. The great Tao is simple. In a trance, Zichen suddenly said these 4 words. At this moment, after countless deductions, the man made another seal. Swoosh! This time, the seals were very simple. There were only a few seals, but within each seal there are hundreds of thousands or even millions of seals. This was a fusion and also a characteristic of the great Tao being simple. The complicated and profound seals became extremely simple. Like the great Tao, the 2 simple words describe the heaven and earth, the Tao and the truth. Boom! When the seals fell, there was a big explosion. The whole place collapsed and turned into nothingness. Everything disappeared. The heaven and earth disappeared. The man disappeared. Even Zichen felt his body collapse with the heaven and earth and disappeared. However, the seals that the man deduced in the end were like a brand that was imprinted in Zichen's mind. This seal is called Extreme Yang. At the same time, a vast and mighty voice sounded in Zichen's mind, shaking Zichen's mind. Swoosh! Zichen opened his eyes. It was like a dream. Everything was like an illusion. Now he still felt that everything was so illusory and unreal. The statue was right in front of him. He didn't know when he walked here. The statue's eyes were still sharp, but it lacked the domineering aura. It was as if it had really become an ordinary statue, but it had a little more charm. Buzz! At this moment, the statue began to tremble. From the glabella, a golden light flew out. It was like a golden seed that flew towards Zichen's glabella. The latter wanted to dodge, but he couldn't match the speed of the golden light. The golden light flashed from the glabella and disappeared. This is... Zichen was still in a trance, and his mind could not move fast enough. While he was in a trance, Zichen saw the statue in front of him smile. Then, cracks spread all over the statue's body, and finally, it exploded with a loud boom, turning into dust. The statue disappeared just like that. Dust to dust, dust to dust. The statue that had existed for countless years collapsed at this moment. The statue disappeared. The old man and the burly man woke up instantly. However, one of them had a bright light in his eyes. It seemed that he had gained a lot. The other person was a little confused. He didn't know what had happened. No. At this moment, a cry was heard. Chu Fei cried out in sorrow. His eyes were filled with pain and despair. He attacked Ziqin. Boom! A strong aura rolled out. A chill was emitted from his body. Chu Fei's eyes were red. His expression was desperate. Endless killing intent surged around him. I'm going to kill you. He roared as if he had seen his enemy for 10 lives. He attacked with his strongest attack, freezing heaven and earth. An endless chill spread towards Ziqin. It was supposed to be the season of flowers blooming. But now, it had turned into a world of ice and snow. The sky was filled with snow. The cold wind was bone-chilling. Thousands of icebergs were floating up and down. This was a powerful killing technique. When used by a true expert, it could freeze the body, freeze the soul, and freeze all life. Although Chu Fei's strength was negligible, it was more than enough to deal with a mid-Xiantian expert. The change happened in an instant. The old man and the burly man were in a trance. They couldn't react at all. Ziqin was the same. His thoughts had become very slow. But when he felt the danger, his hands subconsciously formed a seal. This was an extremely simple seal, but it contained the complicated Great Tao. It was the true Great Tao of simplicity. Subconsciously, Ziqin attacked with extreme yang. An earth-shattering aura appeared and rushed towards Chu Fei's freezing heaven and earth. The endless chill instantly collapsed and turned into nothingness when it touched the power of the seal. Then, the energy rushed towards Chu Fei. Buzz! The latter was still in a frenzy. He couldn't react at all and was hit by the energy. But at this critical moment, the jade pendant in front of his chest emitted a bright light. A bright protective light shield appeared and blocked the attack for him. It was given to him by the elders of his family to save his life. It was said that it could withstand attacks from the air. However, at this moment, facing the power of the seals, the light barrier only lasted for a breath before collapsing. Then, the energy rushed towards Chu Fei. Puff! Chapter 181. Between Ziqin and Chu Fei, one was still in a daze, feeling that everything was just a dream, while the other seemed to have gone mad. His eyes were filled with pain and despair, as if he had lost his mind. The clash of the two powerhouses. In the end, Chu Fei was sent flying and almost lost his life. Poof! A bloody line flew through the air. Chu Fei nearly lost his life. Cracks appeared on the jade pendant in his bosom, and it exploded with a bang. Chu Fei woke up from his madness and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Looking at the broken jade on the ground, his eyes were filled with shock. What the hell is going on? Chu Fei picked up the broken jade and felt that everything was so illusory. Before he left, the old ancestor's voice sounded in his ears. Fei, this is a defensive jade. It can protect you. When you are in danger, it can block the attack of a spirit origin realm expert for you. How many times can it block? Even if not 10 times, it can at least 8 times. The old ancestor patted Chu Fei's head and smiled kindly. The patriarch was the strongest person in the family, and no one could doubt his words. But now his jade pendant had been shattered by a mid-stage Xiantian brat with a single blow. Chu Fei was not the only one who was shocked. Even the big man and the old man were shocked. The two stared at Ziqin, who had just woken up, as if they were looking at a monster. How is this possible? The two could not believe that such a terrifying attack was made by a mid-stage Khanate brat. If it were either of them, they would have died on the spot. Why are you all looking at me? Is there something on my face? Ziqin touched his face. There was nothing on it, but there was dirt. Chu Fei's eyes were filled with hatred. His expression changed again and again, and killing intent filled the air. He was just short of taking out a forbidden weapon to fight with Zichen. How did you do it? The big man was shocked. If it were any other time, he would not ask this question. But now he could not help it. Although the old man did not speak, he was looking forward to it. How did I do it? Zichen was puzzled. It's the move you used to send Chu Fei flying. It's even scarier than a forbidden weapon. How did you do it? The big man asked. What? More terrifying than a forbidden artifact? Zichen thought he had misheard. Chu Fei's jade pendant is extraordinary. Its defensive power is shocking. If I'm not wrong, it can at least block several attacks from a spirit origin realm warrior. However, it was shattered by you in one strike. Moreover, he was injured. The elder said in a deep voice, Really? That move of mine is even more powerful than a forbidden weapon. Zichen's eyes lit up. That's right. How did you do it? The big man asked again. That's how I did it. Take a look. Zichen was very happy. Then his fingers began to move. A seemingly simple, yet extremely complex and mysterious seal appeared. No. The moment the seal appeared, the burly man let out a cry of alarm, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He suddenly flew backwards at lightning speed. At the same time, the elder also ran far away. Even Chu Fei, who was far away, did not hesitate and ran far away. Zichen's previous attack was too terrifying. It was comparable to a spirit origin realm warrior. Who could block such an attack? In this trial ground, even a forbidden weapon would die when facing Zichen. Swoosh! The seal fell silently. It was like a gust of wind blowing past, bringing a small cloud of dust with it. There was no change. The might that could destroy the world did not appear. This is a powerful move. Zichen was dumbfounded. The three people who were running away were also dumbfounded. The previous move was powerful and terrifying, but the one in front of them was just a breeze. What's going on? The four of them stared at each other in confusion. However, when Chu Fei saw Zichen's expression, he heaved a sigh of relief. Such a powerful move just now was comparable to a spirit origin realm warrior. If Zichen could use such an attack every time he attacked, it would be too monstrous. In this world, who could be his opponent? It was so powerful just now. Why is it so weak now? It can't even scratch an itch. The big man frowned and walked towards Zichen. No, Zichen was confused. It was like this before. After that, Zichen formed the same seal again in front of the big man. Golden light danced between his fingers, and the seal appeared again. Boom! A surging aura gushed out like a tornado, rushing towards the big man. The aura of destruction rippled, and a terrifying aura escaped. Ah! The big man screamed. His whole body emitted a dazzling light. He clenched his fists and guarded in front of him. Bang! The earth-shattering energy attacked with a terrifying aura. It instantly broke the big man's defense and sent him flying. Kid, are you doing this on purpose? The big man roared in the distance, but he was not injured. I'm not. Zichen felt wronged. He formed another seal to stop the big man from coming forward. Swoosh! 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 He formed the seal 3 times in a row, but only 3 gusts of wind blew. It was no longer powerful. It seems that you are still not familiar with it. You have to carefully comprehend this move. The old man saw the trick. That's not right. The difference between before and after is too big. Moreover, the attack just now was not as strong as before. The big man frowned. That's because Chanlong should have this kind of seal in his heart before. His mind was still immersed in it. When he copied it, there was some power of the seal. The old man explained. Just now, Zichen had launched this attack in a daze. In his mind, the man's imposing and domineering aura was still present. The attack that was launched together with the opponent's shadow was extremely frightening. However, when he woke up, everything had disappeared. Xu Fei was very disappointed and very jealous of Zichen. They were both statues, but Zichen had comprehended a powerful move, while he himself had fallen into madness. This made him feel a burst of jealousy and envy. What about the keepsake? Now that the statue is broken, there is no keepsake. Zichen looked at the old man. The old man glanced at Zichen meaningfully and said, "I'm not too sure. Maybe this is not the keepsake we are looking for. The real keepsake is still nearby. Let's go. Young master, let's go." The Perfection Realm Guard let out a hysterical roar. Innate chi surged around his body. With a violent aura, he rushed into the sword light. Puff! The sword light flashed, and the Perfection Realm Guard was killed. "Young master, let's go." The other Perfection Realm Guard pulled Miao Kong and fled. It had been 2 months since they came to this space. Everything was going smoothly. However, during this period of time, Miao Kong encountered a series of assassination attempts. Swoosh! Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in the darkness. It was a sharp sword that was aimed at Miao Kong's forehead. Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion, hidden killing sword. A sure kill sword. Puff! A middle stage Xiantian Realm Guard rushed to Miao Kong and blocked the sword light with his body. In an instant, his heart was pierced through. "Young master, let's go." Blood flowed out of his mouth. The guard struggled to open his mouth. His head tilted, and his vitality dissipated. These were all men of sacrifice. Their responsibility was to protect Miao Kong. Puff! A perfected stage cultivator had killed the assassin from the Heavenly Kills Pavilion with a backhand swing of his sword. The guards died one after another. Miao Kong's eyes twitched, but his expression was indifferent. By now he was no longer angry. He had long been used to the pain. In these days, many people like this died in front of him. He was helpless. He cried and roared, but there was nothing he could do. The deaths continued. "Young master, let's go." The Perfection Realm Guard pulled Miao Kong and flew into the distance. After a while, dozens of air-breaking sounds were heard. A black-clothed youth came to the battlefield. Seeing the corpses on the ground, his expression was cold. "Not dead yet?" the youth asked. "No," the underling said in a low voice. He has a long life." Even the people of Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion failed. But with so many guards dying along the way, there shouldn't be many who can die. Yes, there are only 5 left. Very good, very good. Miao Kong, this trial ground will be your burial ground. The youth revealed a handsome face with a cruel sneer. It was the martial ancestor, Wu Xiong. The martial ancestor was very big, and there were many internal forces. Naturally, they weren't united. During this pursuit, one person left the team and escaped. The underling reported. "Who?" "A woman. She seems to be very important to Miao Kong." He didn't hesitate to use himself as bait to let her escape. Oh, what a pitiful sense of loyalty. This Zichen has been dead for who knows how many hundreds of years. I'm afraid even his bones are gone. Miao Kong is still so loyal. Think of a way to inform Wang Shan of this matter. Wu Xiong sneered. Yes. The underling nodded and turned to leave. Wait, tell Qin Feng. That guy has never given up, but he doesn't have the guts. This time we'll give him the guts. Yes. Miao Kong. This is the price I told you many years ago. This is also the price you must pay. So what if you're sent to the Nimbus martial ancestor? It still can't atone for your sins. The humiliation I suffered must be repaid with blood. Wu Xiong's eyes were incomparably ruthless. He seemed to be thinking of the night several years ago when he lost all of his dignity. In the following time, the 4 of them cultivated while searching for the token. Zi Chen's growth made everyone feel terrified. Pung! A muffled sound rang out, causing the ground to tremble. A huge demonic beast was forced back by Zi Chen's punch. Beside the monster, there was a 2,500 years old spiritual herb that emitted dense spiritual energy. Surrounding it, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth turned into mist, looking like small dragons. This monster is getting stronger and stronger. It's getting harder and harder to kill him unless I use a forbidden weapon. But if I kill him, I'll have to use the forbidden weapon once. How can I compete for the inheritance? Looking at Zi Chen in the distance, Chu Fei's expression kept changing. Roar! The demonic beast roared and charged towards Zi Chen again. It had to be said that other than the dragon tiger beast, everything else here was suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth, including the age of the spiritual herbs and the strength of the demonic beasts. Zi Chen formed a seal with his hand. Extreme Yang appeared again. A set of complicated seals could be easily formed by Zi Chen after he learned how to simplify things. Boom! As the seals fell, a dazzling golden light appeared in front of Zi Chen. It was like the extreme Yang between heaven and earth. With blazing heat, it rushed towards the monster. Pong! The monster fell to the ground, dead in one blow. Haha, I did it again. Zi Chen laughed and went to collect the spiritual herb. P.S. Every day at 5 a.m. there is no saving. Friends, I'm working hard. I'm persevering. What about you? Are you still supporting Lei Wu as usual? This month is very important. I'm doing my best. Every month, every subscription is the greatest support for me. I hope everyone can continue to support me. Sometimes a monthly subscription at a critical moment can raise Lei Wu's ranking by 1. Chapter 182. He succeeded again. Why did he have to use the word again? Because Zi Chen hadn't fully comprehended this move. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. Although it was a powerful killing move, it couldn't be used as a trump card, because it often failed. Let's go! After taking away the spirit medicine, Zi Chen signaled everyone to leave. Where are we going? Aren't you going to refine the spirit medicine? Asked the big man. Time is tight. Finding the keepsake is more important. I'll refine it as we go. After saying that, Zi Chen bit off a leaf of the spirit medicine and put it in his mouth. At the same time, the heavenly lightning body tempering art and the auxiliary secret technique circulated in his body, automatically absorbing this energy. Ah, it's so good to be young. There's an indomitable drive. Yeah, it's so good to be young. You can have no scruples and press forward, even if you break your head. The big man also sighed. Ha, Uncle, you finally admit that you're 45 years old. Zi Chen laughed, not caring at all. The 4 of them walked deeper. During this time, the old man would explain some cultivation matters to Zi Chen. Zi Chen gained a lot. Young master, where are we going? Miao Kong and his 5 guards were hiding in a hidden cave. The injuries of the 5 guards were very serious. They were healing their injuries at the moment. However, they couldn't stay in this place for long. The pursuers would arrive soon, so they had to leave quickly. To the periphery, Miao Kong said calmly. Periphery? Young master, do you think they'll let us go if we go to the periphery? That's impossible. I suggest we just charge through that path. Even if we die, it'll be worth it. If we're lucky enough to survive, we might be able to get the inheritance. Yeah, young master, we're not afraid of death. We might not be able to survive even if we reach the periphery. Why should we give up the opportunity to get the inheritance? The guards spoke one after another, their eyes full of determination. No, I'm not giving up. I'm going to find reinforcements. Miao Kong said firmly. Reinforcements. Young master, we're surrounded by Wu Xiong's men. Every faction that sees us is hiding. This is already considered support. There are also some factions that want to curry favor with Wu Xiong and are hunting us down. We're like rats crossing the street. Who would be willing to help us? Perhaps everyone is chasing after us, but there is one person who is definitely not. Not only will he not chase after us, he will also not run away when he sees us. Instead, he will steadfastly help us. Meow Kong was extremely confident. Moreover, when he mentioned that person, a hint of brilliance appeared on his indifferent expression. It was as if he had seen hope. Who? A person who always brings about miracles. You guys know him as well. Meow Kong smiled. We know each other. Who is it? Qianlong Meow Kong said word by word. Him, that barbarian. That non-human is indeed very strong, but judging from his attitude towards the other forces that day, he was neither friendly nor friendly. Why would he help us? The guard was puzzled. Because he wants to help us. Meow Kong smiled. Both his face and expression were smiling. It was as if he would smile whenever he thought of that person. Su Mengyao, you should leave. I almost harmed you before. Their target is me. You should leave in another direction. Meow Kong remembered the scene that day. I'm not leaving. Don't be discouraged. We still have hope. Su Mengyao said. There's no hope. You should leave. Go find Qianlong, find him. He will definitely help us. Why? He didn't accept any of the invitations before. Meow Kong said. That's because you didn't invite him. If you did, he might follow you because he is Ziqin. What? Meow Kong's heart trembled. Qianlong is Qinzi and Qinzi is Ziqin. Su Mengyao said. It's him. It's him. I was wondering why it was so familiar. Let's go find him. All right, but I'll go. I don't want to implicate you. In the end, Meow Kong led everyone and left. Su Mengyao left alone. Although it was dangerous to be alone, it was much safer than being with Meow Kong. Ziqin should be in the periphery. I've been waiting for him, but my luck was bad. I was directly teleported into the depths. Su Mengyao left alone. However, Meow Kong didn't know that Su Mengyao wasn't in a better situation than him. Find such a beauty. You must find her. Wang Shan sat on his black-scaled horse. He was arrogant as he commanded his subordinates. Sir, why aren't we scouting? Why are we wasting time here? A perfect earthly immortal asked. How is this a waste of time? Didn't you see that beauty? Don't you know that she is Ziqin's confidant? Wang Shan was a little displeased. I will destroy everything related to Ziqin. I will take everything he likes. Even if he dies, I will tell him the consequences of offending me. Wang Shan. Yes. The perfect earthly immortal lowered his head and didn't speak any more. Are you stupid? Of course, this is only one of the reasons. There's another reason. Are we going to open the path first and let them take advantage of us? Now is the time to clear the place. Wang Shan smiled meaningfully. Understood. Sir is really wise. Haha, of course. Everyone work hard. We must find such a beauty. Also, tell the others that whoever finds her and brings her to me will be heavily rewarded. Wang Shan laughed. Then he changed the topic and said in a cold voice, Also, go and warn some people that they must not have any ideas about the things that I, Wang, have set my eyes on. Otherwise, my anger is not something that ordinary people can bear. When the time comes, I will definitely beat them until they are looking for their teeth on the ground and kneel and call me brother-in-law. Yes, the perfect earthly immortal's heart trembled. Ever since the incident with Ziqin, Wang Shan had been using the term brother-in-law to torture people. He would break the teeth of anyone who provoked him and make them call him brother-in-law. This new term was currently very popular in Yunxia City. Ziqin, where are you? Why haven't you come to find me? And Shui, or where did you go? Didn't we agree to meet? Su Mengyao was hiding in a thick bush. She looked lovely and helpless. A few miles away, several figures had appeared. There was Chen Feng, Ling Yun, Luo Men, Wu Shang, and some members of the Qin family. We must find her. The incident at the punishment hall that day was exposed. Half of the blame lies with her. Luo Men said coldly, "Yes, when I entered the corps, she must have found the Supreme Elder and told him everything. That's why the Supreme Elder is so concerned about Ziqin." Wu Shen's voice was also very cold. "Haha, once such a beauty is caught, we must not let her go. We must enjoy her." Next to Qin Feng, a young man smiled cruelly. He was Qin Feng's cousin, the one who called Ziqin a bastard. "What do you think?" Ling Yin smiled faintly. "This matter is not urgent. Let's find Su Mengyao first. Wang Shan has already spoken. For the huge Wang family, we have to take it seriously." Qin Feng said, "Why should we care about him? Yunxia City is too far away from our Songli City. Why should we care about him?" Chen Feng's cousin said discontentedly. He had been thinking about Su Mengyao and Lin Shui for a long time. For this kind of people who had no aptitude or talent and were not focused on cultivation, enjoyment was almost all they had. Beauty was almost the interpretation of enjoyment. If it was someone else in Yunxia City, we may not have to worry about it. But I know from Wu Xiong that Wang Shan is a man with talent, but he is lustful. He has a stubborn prejudice in everything. Moreover, he suffered a big loss in the hands of Ziqin. It is said that all his teeth were knocked out. For this kind of person, touching the things of his enemy and not being able to vent his dissatisfaction is a very dangerous sign. "Cousin, what do you mean? Instead of offending a force, it is better to befriend a force." Qin Feng said. Boom! Ziqin's hand seals fell, and he once again sent out an extreme yang attack. An ancient tree in front of him instantly collapsed, turning into fragments that drifted in the air. "Not bad. Today's success rate is higher than yesterday," the burly man praised. Ziqin opened his eyes, but he didn't show any joy. These 2 days he had been uneasy, as if there was something on his mind. As a cultivator, he shouldn't have this kind of feeling. "It's Su Mengyao and the others. Did something happen to them?" Ziqin suspected that something must have happened to his friends as his emotions fluctuated. "No, I have to go deeper." Ziqin stood up, and a powerful aura surged out of his body. After entering the trial grounds for 2 months, the rich heaven and earth spiritual qi in addition to the 1,000-year spiritual medicine had allowed Ziqin's strength to progress very quickly. He had already reached the peak of the mid-Xiantian realm and was not far from the late Xiantian realm. "You are leaving." Chu Fei stood up and stared at Ziqin, as if he wanted to see through him. Although everyone had been looking for the token since the statue disappeared, they were not as serious as before. Most of the time, it was Ziqin who was looking for spirit herbs to improve his strength. "I have been feeling uneasy recently. I feel that my friends are in danger, so I have to go deeper." Ziqin ignored Chu Fei and looked at the burly man and the old man. "In that case, you can leave first. We will look for the token." The burly man didn't hesitate and said directly. The old man nodded. "Then goodbye. We will meet again." As soon as he said he was going to leave, Ziqin immediately set off. Carrying his bag, he left in a clean and nimble manner. "We will meet again," the burly man murmured. After Ziqin left, there were only 3 people left. "Sorry, I have to leave too." Chu Fei cupped his hands. The 2 nodded, as if they had already expected this. Chu Fei turned and left at full speed. "Where do you think he went?" the burly man asked. "This little guy is full of tricks." "Of course, he went to find Qinlong," the old man smiled faintly. "Then who do you think is stronger? If Qinlong can survive a blow from the forbidden weapon, this little guy will die without a doubt. Is he willing to use the forbidden weapon? For the token he will. But how does he know that the token is on Qinlong? Even we can't be sure. There are some people who are good at scheming and deceiving themselves. If they can feel something, they will definitely think it is right. This kid is such a person. As long as he thinks that Qianlong has the token, he will definitely have it. Then you should just watch Qianlong die and not save him. It will be a pity if such a talent dies under the forbidden weapon." The burly man sighed. Chapter 183. After leaving the large man and the old man, Zichen sped up. The deeper he went, the more restless he became. Something must have happened to them. Zichen said in his heart, blaming himself. When he left Songli City, he found that Wang Shan's gaze was not right. He warned Wang Shan with his gaze, but it was obviously useless. Is it Su Mengyao, Shui, or Miao Kong? Zichen's heart was in a mess. The attack on Miao Kong that day was definitely related to Wu Xiong. This time, Wu Xiong was very likely to make a move. Qin Feng and Ling Yin were not good people. They more or less had their own thoughts. Zichen was very worried. His speed was very fast, almost at full speed. During this period, he found spiritual herbs, but he abandoned them. As he went deeper, the bad feeling in his heart became more and more intense. Who is in trouble? Zichen was very anxious. Swoosh! At that moment, a silhouette appeared in front of Zichen. It was a young man. He was wearing a green robe, and he could be considered quite handsome. After he appeared, he glared at Zichen. "Rotten cloth," Zichen said in a deep voice and stopped. Chu Fei was in the Xiantian full circle realm, and his battle strength could be called a genius. However, Zichen was not afraid of him. The only thing he was afraid of was the other party's forbidden weapon. "Qianlong, you run really fast. It took me 4 days to catch up." Chu Fei stared at Zichen and said, sarcastically, "I have something to do." Zichen's voice was indifferent. He raised his vigilance, guarding against Chu Fei's sudden attack. "Of course, I'm here for the token. Hand it over." Chu Fei went straight to the point. "Token? What token?" Zichen frowned. Glancing at Zichen, Chu Fei said, "Don't play dumb. If you don't have the token, why are you running so fast? Those two guys are stupid, but I'm not. Hand over the token, and I'll spare your life." "Rotten cloth. I don't know what a keepsake is. The reason why I entered the depths was because I sensed that something might have happened to my friend. You better leave now, or don't blame me for being impolite." Zichen said coldly. Right now, his time was very precious. The longer he was late, the more danger his friends would be in. "Who are you trying to fool with your words? If you're being impolite to me, let's see how you're going to be impolite to me." Chu Fei sneered. With a flash of light in his hand, a blood-colored spear appeared. It was only the size of a palm, but it emitted a terrifying aura. Forbidden artifact. Zichen's pupils constricted. Back then, the might of the spear had killed the dragon-tiger beast. However, he was not to be outdone. He took out the adamantine stone from his bosom. Back then, the old man had unintentionally said that if the diamond was used well, it could withstand the attack of a forbidden weapon. At that time, Chu Fei was also present. At this moment, seeing the diamond in Zichen's hand, his expression became extremely unnatural. I said, "I have something to do. If you stop me again, don't blame me for being impolite." Zichen held the adamantine stone and said coldly, "You can try to take a step forward." Chu Fei stared at Zichen. The blood-colored spear in his hand was emitting cold light. The atmosphere instantly became tense, as if a life-and-death battle could happen at any time. "Humph!" Zichen snorted. With the adamantine stone in his hand, blue veins bulged. He walked forward step by step. His speed was very slow, but it was very firm. He constantly paid attention to Chu Fei's expression. If the latter had any intention to move, Zichen would definitely make a move. Chu Fei did the same, apart from his eyes becoming sharper and the pressure from the forbidden weapon becoming stronger. He did not do anything else. Zichen walked forward step by step. He brushed past Chu Fei and walked into the distance. "How dare you?" Chu Fei gritted his teeth but did not make a move. In the end, Zichen left and avoided this battle. When he sped up, his body was already drenched in cold sweat. I don't believe that you can endure for long. Chu Fei was unwilling. The reason why he did not make a move in the end was not because he was afraid of not being able to kill the other party, but because he was reluctant to use the forbidden weapon. The forbidden weapon had a limit to the number of times it could be used. Furthermore, it was a high-grade item. It was not something that just anyone could have. This time he brought one with him because he was given a mission. He did not dare to be completely sure that Zichen had a token on him. Furthermore, he was hesitant. What if he could not kill the other party with one attack? If he used 2 attacks and obtained nothing, it would be a huge loss. He could not afford such a loss. I'll follow you and see if you have a token. Chu Fei was worried. He did not want to make a move, but he did not want to give up either. He could only follow Zichen. After a long time, Zichen discovered Chu Fei, who was tailing him while he was decelerating. This guy is like a ghost that refuses to leave. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. If it were not for this matter, he would have wanted to fight with Chu Fei. Chu Fei was thinking about him. But how could he not be jealous of his spatial treasure? That was a good thing. Compared to Zichen, who carried a backpack and ran around every day, it was much more advanced. Chu Fei was like a fly, following Zichen closely. At the same time, he was also looking for an opportunity to make a move. If Zichen was a little unguarded, he would launch a sneak attack. The success rate of using a forbidden weapon to launch a sneak attack was still very high. Just like this, Zichen advanced with high vigilance for 5 days. During this period, Zichen would go wherever he found energy fluctuations. Once he found that it was not the person he was looking for, he would turn around and leave. Boom! On this day, Zichen heard the sound of energy fluctuations again. This time, the energy fluctuations were more intense, causing the earth to tremble. There are powerhouses fighting. Many of them are at the peak. Zichen's heart stirred. He turned and flew towards the battlefield. Running all the way, Miao Kong and the others could be said to be exhausted. Of the 5 guards, 1 died on the way. Now only 4 were left. Finally, he was surrounded in the central region. This was a mountain ridge. Miao Kong was surrounded by more than 10 people. Kill! The leader was a peak Xiantian expert. With a loud shout, he stepped forward with boundless killing intent and attacked Miao Kong. Puff! Miao Kong's bodyguard was very strong. He pierced a cultivator's chest with his sword, causing a line of blood to shoot out. Then he kicked out with his foot, causing the cultivator to be sent flying. There was no life left in him, but there was also a wound on his body from which blood flowed out. The smell of blood pervaded the air. There were 7 or 8 corpses on the ground. They were all peak Xiantian experts. As expected of the martial ancestors' men, their guards are so strong. The peak Xiantian expert licked the blood on his sword with his scarlet tongue. Who are you people? At this moment, Miao Kong couldn't stay calm. His clothes were stained with blood, and there were 2 corpses lying at his feet. Although he didn't comprehend the powerful martial ancestors' techniques, Miao Kong was not without the strength to fight. At this moment, he went all out and killed 2 people. The people in front of him were definitely not martial ancestors' men. However, they chased them all the way and even killed 2 of his guards. Miao Kong, today is the day you die. As for who we are, we will burn paper and tell you after you die. Everyone charged again. Saber lights and sword shadows flashed continuously. Another massacre began. Puff! Miao Kong's guard was very brave. He killed another person. This person was actually a peak Xiantian expert. However, the latter also paid a heavy price. One of his arms was cut off. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. However, he still used his arm to exchange for the life of a peak Xiantian expert. His strength was terrifying. Young master, I will cover you. Leave quickly. Blood gushed out from the severed arm. The guard's voice was still firm, and the cold light in his eyes was even more intense. "We will open a bloody path and let young master leave." The other two also shouted. They were extremely confident, but they couldn't help but vomit blood. "Haha, today is the day you die. You can't go anywhere. Our people are everywhere." The Peak Xiantian expert laughed. At this moment, figures swayed in the distance. There were more than a dozen people rushing over. "Forget it. You have been protecting me. We are all lives. We are all the same. Why do you want to die for me?" There were people everywhere. It was hopeless to rush out. Looking at the three guards left, Miao Kong's cold heart fluctuated again. "Young master, don't worry. We will definitely open a bloody path for you." "That's right. What are these scumbags?" "We will definitely escort young master safely. Our lives are young master's. Naturally, we will escort young master out." The three of them were unafraid of death. Although they were coughing blood and their footsteps were weak, their expressions were firm. They didn't choose to wait for death. The three of them protected Miao Kong and took the initiative to attack. "You actually took the initiative to attack. You are simply courting death." The leader of the Peak Xiantian experts sneered. Puff! The long sword slashed out like a poisonous snake. The angle was extremely tricky. A late-stage Xiantian expert fell to the ground. Swish! The long sword slashed down, bringing with it a terrifying saber light. It beheaded another expert of the same level. Scram! He punched out, bringing with it a blazing fist light. With a loud bang, it caved in a cultivator's chest. The three of them were very ferocious. In the face of death, they unexpectedly exceeded their usual performance. They killed the enemies one after another. They were very decisive. They forcibly brought Miao Kong forward. Puff! With a sweep of the sword light, another Peak Xiantian expert died. This was already the fourth Peak Xiantian expert he had killed. There were more than a dozen cultivators of other levels. With such combat strength, it was enough to be proud. Boom! There were many enemies and even more powerhouses. A Peak Xiantian expert attacked, shattering the guard's fist light. Then, a sharp sword chi pierced through his chest. "Young master, I'm sorry. I can't protect you anymore." Spitting out blood, the cultivator fell to the ground and died unwillingly. No, Miao Kong's eyes were filled with grief. "We're all arrows at the end of their flight. Let's see how strong you guys are. Kill them." The leader of the Peak Xiantian experts roared. He was extremely unhappy that so many of them had died while dealing with a few seriously injured people. Puff! They were outnumbered, not to mention that they were arrows at the end of their flight. Another guard was killed. However, before he died, he also dragged a cultivator down with him. "I'm sorry." The guard's vitality dissipated. He fell with unwillingness. "Kill!" The last guard roared and charged forward. He had burned all his potential and didn't have long to live. Puff! Puff! 2 cultivators were killed in succession. However, 2 weapons also pierced through his body. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud tremor. The entire mountain range trembled. Rocks rolled and leaves trembled. Zi Chen rushed over from afar like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into the crowd and rushed to the side of Miao Kong and the guard. Boom! With a punch, heaven and earth trembled. A cultivator was instantly sent flying. Pum! Another punch landed. This time, it was filled with boundless anger. A cultivator was forcefully blown apart, his vitality extinguished. Chapter 184. There were corpses everywhere in the mountain range. Blood flowed out, leaving a bloody footprint with each step. The 3 guards couldn't escort Miao Kong away and fell to the ground one by one. They were death warriors. The purpose of training them was to protect Miao Kong. The last guard burned his life force. Although he killed 2 more people, there were still many cultivators around. However, he didn't have the strength to fight anymore. Just as he was in despair, he saw a figure in black robes. His body shone with golden light, and his hair fluttered in anger. In the blink of an eye, he charged into the middle of the battlefield. With 2 simple punches, he killed 2 cultivators. The guard's dim eyes finally had a touch of light. This powerful young man was called Qianlong. He was powerful and terrifying. He had seen it with his own eyes that day. Young Master said that he would come to save them. At this moment, he finally came. Young Master said that he is powerful and can always bring miracles. With him, young Master will be safe. The light in the guard's eyes disappeared. His life force was completely extinguished. Ignoring Miao Kong's roar, he fell to the ground without a sound. At this point, dozens of Miao Kong's guards were all killed. No one was left alive. Puff! A seal appeared in Zi Chen's hand. It wasn't the unreliable Extreme Yang, but the Green Peak Slash. At this moment, the Green Peak Slash had changed greatly. It had turned into a pure golden color. Rays of golden light were dazzling as it slashed forward. The golden light flashed and disappeared. 2 cultivators became headless corpses. Blood gushed out. Their heads rolled far away. Their eyes were filled with shock. Zi Chen's appearance was powerful and terrifying. He killed 4 people in an instant, shocking everyone. Who are you? The leader of the Peak Xiantian experts was shocked. He had never seen such combat strength. The one who will kill you. Zi Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. Killing intent filled the air. His hair flew in anger as he attacked fiercely. Puff! With another strike, another cultivator was beheaded. His head flew, and his headless corpse tumbled down the mountain ridge. Big brother, he is Qianlong, the one who killed the true energy realm beast with 1 punch. A cultivator beside him exclaimed. He obviously recognized him. Not everyone saw Zi Chen's power that day. After all, there were too many people, and the battlefield was too big. However, Qianlong's reputation had already spread out. What? He's Qianlong? He's the barbarian. The sound of people sucking in cold air unceasingly resounded. Everyone was very afraid of this taboo name. However, all of Miao Kong's guards had been killed at this moment, and only he remained. It could be said that this was a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. If they missed it, they would be struck by lightning. Qianlong, you're blocking our way. What do you want? Do you know who we are? The leader of the Great Perfection cultivators shouted. You are a bunch of scum. Zi Chen's voice was cold. Humph, the leader snorted coldly. You're just a mid-Xiantian expert, and yet you're so arrogant. So what if you're strong? Let's see if you're strong enough to kill everyone here. Waving his hand, the surrounding experts all charged toward Zi Chen. Green Peak Seal. Zi Chen's expression turned cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. A seal appeared in his hand, and a powerful aura surged out. Heaven and earth trembled as a square seal appeared. This was the Red Cloud City's killing technique, and its power was terrifying. Boom! The seal fell, circulating with a terrifying aura, and suddenly fell down. In an instant, for cultivators were covered by the seal and completely suppressed. When the seal dissipated, the 4 cultivators were nowhere to be seen. They were all beaten into the ground, and their auras were completely gone. Clang! Clang! 2 sharp blades slashed on Zi Chen's body, but they didn't cut Zi Chen's body as expected. Instead, they seemed to be standing on top of metal, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Pum! Zi Chen waved his fist and suddenly fell down. A large expanse of golden light scattered, and he looked like a majestic war god. The 2 sharp blades exploded like sawdust, and then Zi Chen flashed forward and grabbed 2 people's necks. With a slight force, Only a cracking sound could be heard. 2 more died. Go to hell. A perfected Xiantian expert found an opportunity and leaped up with a large machete that radiated cold light, chopping toward Zichen's head. This wasn't an ordinary Khanate weapon, but a weapon made by a true essence overlord. Its quality was very high, and its toughness and sharpness were also outrageous. He was very confident that it was used by a Khanate full-cycle cultivator. Clang. In the face of such a blow, Zichen didn't dodge. He waved his fist and hit the long knife, instantly pushing the overlord back. Zichen used his body to resist the true essence weapon. What? The Khanate full-cycle cultivator's face changed drastically, and he kept retreating. At this moment, Zichen flashed forward and waved his fist fiercely. Clang! Clang! The perfect body constitution was completely displayed. Bright golden light dyed the sky. After 2 consecutive blows, a true essence weapon was broken, and by the 3rd blow, the Khanate full-cycle cultivator died. Powerful, that was how powerful he was. Terrifying, this is too terrifying. In just a short period of time, Zichen had killed more than 10 people. His face was not red and he was not out of breath. His strength was unbelievably strong. If this continued, not to mention a few dozen people, even 100 people would not be enough to kill him. Qianlong, we're Wuxiong's people. If you attack us, you'll attack Wuxiong. You'd better think carefully. Everyone trembled. Such a powerful battle strength was really terrifying. His battle strength was comparable to a monster. It was easy for a mid-stage Khanate full-cycle cultivator to kill a Khanate full-cycle cultivator. Wuxiong? Very good. Zichen nodded, but his eyes were shining coldly. What? You know to retreat? Very good. Now turn around and kill Miao Kong. What happened before will be forgotten, and you'll be credited. The leader was overjoyed. When I said very good, I meant that after killing you all, I'll go kill Wuxiong. That's very good. Zichen's eyes had a hint of mockery. His killing intent rose again, and he charged at the leader like lightning. You don't even put Wuxiong in your eyes. Very good. Then wait for the martial ancestors' anger to descend. The leader let out a strange cry, his footsteps flickering as he tried to shake off Zichen. However, he was shocked to find that Zichen's speed was much faster than his. Despite moving later, Zichen had already arrived in front of him. Get lost! With a roar, the leader unleashed a powerful attack. A saber light that was over 10 meters long flew towards Zichen with a terrifying killing intent. You have some tricks up your sleeve, but not enough for me. Zichen was a bit surprised, but he didn't show any mercy. His golden fist fell, and the blade light exploded. Then, Zichen's figure flickered, and he appeared in front of the leader. His golden fist instantly enlarged in the leader's eyes. Boom! With a single punch, the leader's nose instantly caved in, and he fell backwards, accompanied by the sound of bones shattering. Not good. Big Brother is in danger. Go save him! Some loyal cultivators rushed toward Zichen, weapons in hand. However, what greeted them was a golden blade. Green peak slash. Swish, 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 swish. Like cutting vegetables and grass, the golden blade flashed, and the weapons of the cultivators were cut in half. Even their protective true energy was broken. Their bodies were also cut in half, and they died instantly. The leader's face was covered in blood, and his eyes were filled with shock. Clutching his collapsed nose, he tried to flee. But how could he be faster than Zichen? After the golden fist fell, the leader's body fell straight to the ground. Not far away, Miao Kong was incomparably astonished. If he hadn't heard Su Mengyao say that this was Zichen, he simply wouldn't dare to believe that this overwhelmingly powerful young man before his eyes was the brother that was rumored to have died. Go, retreat. Go back and report to Wuxiong. Let him deal with this guy. With their leader dead, the others were terrified and could only flee. You want to leave? Today no one will leave. The killing intent in Zi Chen's eyes didn't diminish. He used his footwork to rush forward. Poof! A cultivator's head was chopped off, and his headless corpse rolled down the mountain stream. Bang! Another cultivator's heart exploded by Zi Chen, and his eyeballs almost fell out. He died in one blow. Run! He's a demon who kills without batting an eyelid. A perverted murderer. A group of cultivators roared in horror and fled. But under Zi Chen's 9 lightning flashes, who among the same level could surpass it? Poof! Boom! 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 Loud sounds rang out as cultivators fell to the ground one after another. In the end, all of them died. Zi Chen didn't leave a single one alive. The current Zi Chen was ruthless. He would show no mercy when encountering people who deserved to be killed. And these people who attacked Miao Kong had touched his bottom line. They must be killed. This guy is so ruthless. It seems that his kindness before was just an act. But his strength is too strong. Chu Fei saw everything in the dark. The blood-colored spear had already appeared in his hand, but he didn't attack, because he lacked confidence. To deal with such a difficult opponent, he had to succeed with a 100% success rate. Chu Fei silently put away the blood-colored spear and waited for the next opportunity. Are you okay? Zi Chen returned and looked at Miao Kong. I'm fine. Miao Kong shook his head and said gratefully, Thank you so much. I didn't expect you to save my life again. Looks like I'm destined to owe you. You're welcome, said Zi Chen. He didn't know that Miao Kong had already known his identity. Right, you have to go save Su Mengyao now, said Miao Kong suddenly. Mengyao? What happened to her? There's no time. Let's talk as we go. I gave her a jade pendant back then. Now, I can sense her location, said Miao Kong. After sensing Su Mingyao's specific location, the two of them flew towards the distance. They left again. Chu Fei appeared from the dark and followed them. Su Mingyao was captured. It was done by Chen Feng and the others, said Miao Kong directly while flying. What? Zi Chen's face instantly changed. You don't have to worry. She's just been captured. Wang Shan has spread the word that he'll get angry with anyone who dares to touch Zi Chen's close female friend. So, Chen Feng and the others definitely won't dare to touch her. Now, they should be sending her to Wang Shan. You should know that Wang Shan has a very big prejudice against you, said Miao Kong. You know my identity. Chapter 185. When Miao Kong saw Zi Chen again, and the two of them recognized each other under such circumstances, he sighed. How have you been? Miao Kong asked. Just so. Zi Chen replied indifferently. I've been paying attention to your matter. I have to say, you've created another miracle. But sorry I can't save you. Miao Kong's eyes were filled with guilt. I know. Miao Kong was currently being chased by people of the martial ancestor. Obviously, his position in the martial ancestor was very awkward. Moreover, he was just a little Xiantian. What could he do? One must know that the people who chased after Zi Chen were Yukong. I was originally a martial ancestor's man. When I was young, I had some conflicts with Wu Xiong. That was why I was sent to the Nimbus martial ancestor. My purpose was to find the whereabouts of a great treasure. I stayed in the Nimbus martial ancestor for several years. Previously, I was silently investigating and looking for some clues. However, I didn't find anything and could only enter the inner sect. Miao Kong said slowly. But unfortunately, I didn't find anything. I only know Su Mingyao's identity. The sect suspects that the great treasure is in the hands of Old Man Su. The sect was suddenly destroyed. I didn't know it all. Otherwise, I would have informed you in advance. Zi Chen didn't speak. He listened silently without slowing down. The sex destruction and the death of the Grand Elder made me feel very guilty, but I didn't have the ability to save them. I could only save Su Mengyao and Lin Shui. I've been paying attention to your matter. Everyone guessed that the great treasure is in your hands. I swore that you didn't have it, but no one believed me. A great treasure? What exactly is it? Zichen finally asked. I don't know either, but it's said to be a token of a relic. It seems to be something like a black scale. This is a top secret. Although I was asked to find it, it was more of an exile. They asked me to avoid Wu Xiong. Miao Kong smiled bitterly. Wu Xiong's identity is very special. Although his talent can't be compared to a monstrous genius, he has always been treated like one. His background is also unbelievably powerful. A token from the ruins, something that looks like a black scale armor. Zichen frowned. Could they really be talking about the black armor? The item that the Grand Elder had given him to protect himself was really a precious treasure. However, ever since this thing had saved his life, it seemed to have consumed all of its energy and became an ordinary black armor. Zichen didn't speak anymore. He was very anxious because Su Mengyao's condition was unknown. Su Mengyao was with me before, and then we separated. My intention was to let her escape, but I never thought that Wang Shan would deal with her. I think he came for you. Of course. He must not know that you are still alive. Seeing Zichen's anxiety, Miao Kong said, in addition to Wang Shan, there is also Qin Feng and the others. They also have bad intentions. However, Wang Shan said that if anyone dares to touch Su Mengyao and Lin Shui, he will fight them. So I don't think Qin Feng has the guts. Miao Kong looked at Zichen doubtfully and asked, as far as I know, Wang Shan is a very scheming person. Moreover, he never suffers losses. He might not repay kindness, but he will repay enmity tenfold or even 100-fold. Back then, in the silent jungle, how did you torture him? I broke all of his teeth, then interrogated him about 2 killing techniques. I also poured beast blood all over his body to attract an old ape that was about to reach the level of a small demon. That was how I managed to escape. Zichen did not hide anything. What? Wang Shan was incomparably shocked. Zichen said it casually, but he could hear the danger in it. Just an old ape that was close to the level of a lesser demon was already extremely terrifying. It seemed that Wang Shan was really lucky to be able to survive. No wonder the latter hated Zichen to the bone. Su Mengyao is in this direction. I can already feel that they're getting closer and closer. Miao Kong said, Good, let's speed up. You will definitely regret this. Su Mengyao's angry voice resounded in the forest. At this time, her body was covered in blood. There were also a few scratches on her peerless face. It was unknown whether they were made by a sharp weapon or by some shrubs. In short, the beauty was injured and abused. She had been hiding for nearly half a month. During this time, she had encountered several demonic beasts. However, she was still found by Qin Feng and the others first. After a fierce battle, Su Mengyao was successfully captured. As if knowing that such a beauty was not fated to be with him, Qin Feng was ruthless. Moreover, that cousin of his had a seriously twisted mentality. After capturing Su Mengyao, he also used a shrub to make a few cuts on her face. We can't touch Wang Shan's things, but we can't just let her go like this. Anyway, she was scratched by a shrub when she was running away. It has nothing to do with us. The other party found such an excuse. You will pay for your stupid actions today. Su Mengyao cursed. Haha, it is very stupid. We actually want to give away such a beauty. Chen Feng's cousin sneered. Su Mengyao, you should be content. Qin Feng also said coldly. Bah! Qin Feng, you despicable person. Humph! I'm despicable because you haven't seen someone more despicable. You will know when you see Wang Shan. However, I will not give up. When he is tired of playing with you, I will take over. Don't worry, I don't mind. Chen Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of crazy hatred. You pervert. Su Mingyao's face turned pale. If it weren't for the fact that she was restrained and sealed, she would have killed herself. It's also your fault that I'm a pervert. Back at the Nimbus martial ancestor, you offended me everywhere because of that pretty boy Zichen. Humph! Zichen is dead, but you still can't forget about that pretty boy. You deserve today's humiliation. Qin Feng roared. If Zichen is a pretty boy, then what are you? You are not even comparable to a pretty boy. You are not even a villain. At most, you are a lackey. Su Mengyao was not to be outdone. Shut up. Slap. A crisp slap sound was heard. A handprint appeared on Su Mingyao's face, and blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. What? I was right. Su Mengyao sneered. Let me tell you, Qin Feng, one day, you and all of you will pay a heavy price for what happened today. You. Qin Feng was furious and raised his hand again. Qin Feng, why lower yourself to the level of a promiscuous B****TCH? Ling Yun waved his hand, and his eyes were full of sarcasm. Such a person can't even die in the future. She will definitely become a tool for others to vent their frustrations. Aren't you lowering yourself to her level? Indeed, I was too agitated. Qin Feng stabilized his emotions and glared fiercely at Su Mengyao. Your ending will definitely be worse than mine. Su Mengyao sneered. There were bloodstains on her face, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. B***TCH. It's not up to you to decide what will happen to us. However, I know that you will soon become a plaything for thousands of people to vent their frustrations on. Don't worry. I will definitely visit you when the time comes. I will visit you every day. Chen Feng's cousin laughed sinisterly. Shameless. Su Mengyao was so angry that her body trembled. How could she compare to these people? She said again, one day you will pay a heavy price. Haha, one day. What day will it be? My Chan family has a huge business in Songli City. Now that we have the support of the martial ancestor, who can do anything to us. If we send you away, Wang Shan will owe us a favor. One day, I don't think that day will ever happen. Chen Feng's cousin laughed. Wrong. That day will definitely happen, and it will happen today. An indifferent voice filled with killing intent sounded. Bullsh *T, a bunch of nonsense. Chen Feng's cousin said in disdain. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. He looked to the front and saw that two people had appeared. At the same time, Qin Feng and the others also looked to the front with fear in their eyes. There were only two people, but they brought a lot of pressure. To be precise, one of them brought a lot of pressure to them. Miao Kong, Qin Long, it's you guys. The group of more than 10 people stopped and looked to the front. You guys are really shameless. So many people, and you actually want to deal with a girl like this. Miao Kong said angrily, seeing Su Mingyao's reaction. Zichen's eyes were filled with killing intent. You're finally here. I knew you would come. Seeing Zichen, Su Mengyao smiled and shed tears of joy. That day, when they entered the Tai Chi diagram, Zichan revealed his identity. Although she knew that Zichan was still alive, she was happy to hear Zichen admit it. However, after being caught by Qin Feng and the others, she was in despair. She was afraid that she would never see Zichen again. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to match up to Zichen anymore. Fortunately, Zichen was here. Su Mengyao, who had never shed tears, was crying at this moment. There was a smile in her tears, which were tears of happiness. I'm here to save you. I'm sorry to have wronged you, Zichen said in a gentle voice. Even if an iceberg was placed in front of him, it would melt into water. Su Mengyao kept nodding, but tears flowed out of her eyes. They were like drops of pearls, shining brightly under the sun. Qin Long, what do you mean? Do you want to go against martial ancestor and Yunxia City? Qin Feng felt that something was wrong. He wondered when Su Mengyao had hooked up with Qin Long Qinlong, there are beauties everywhere. Don't make a mistake and offend two forces. Even if you have a strong background, you will die without a burial place. Ling Yin also stepped forward and warned Zichen. Two forces. Zichen sneered and said word by word. For her not to mention two forces, even if I have to provoke the 3 major sects of the 7 major cities, I am willing. His words were sonorous and powerful, and his conviction was firm. It made people feel proud. What a big tone. It seems that you are determined to die. Qin Feng stared at Zichen. You are indeed a bit arrogant, but you are the ones who will die. Today, none of you can leave here alive. Zichen's eyes were full of killing intent. The people following Qin Feng turned pale. They had seen Qinlong's strength with their own eyes. His strength was unfathomable. He could kill a true energy realm beast with one blow. Send the signal for reinforcements. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with fear as he shouted at his subordinate. Yes. The subordinate nodded. He was very alert. He took out martial ancestor signal and was ready to send it. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. Then a golden fist bloomed from the eyes of the cultivator, emitting a dazzling golden light. Chapter 186. Qinlong definitely had monstrous combat power, and he was even stronger than Qinzi. Qin Feng and the others naturally didn't dare to be careless. At this moment, they wanted to restrain Qinlong while signaling for help. However, before the signal could be sent out, Zichen attacked. With a simple punch, he killed the cultivator who sent the signal. At the same time, even the martial ancestor signal was shattered into pieces with a single punch. You. Chen Feng's expression changed, and there was fear in his eyes. He didn't see how Qinlong rushed into the crowd at all. His speed was extremely fast. Bang! His hair flew in anger, and his killing intent soared to the sky. His body emitted golden light, and he waved 2 golden fists, smashing toward a late-stage cultivator next to him. Boom! Under the punch, the protective light shield shattered, and the cultivator's chest caved in. His body flew back dozens of meters, and he fell to the ground dead. Qinlong, you really have the guts of a leopard. You really want to go against the martial sect? You want to go against Yunxia City? Qin Feng shouted angrily. However, he had a bad feeling and retreated. Boom! There was a loud bang, like the sound of a drum, and the world trembled. Another cultivator died under Zichen's fist. Qin Feng's threat didn't work at all. When he was in the true Qi realm, he had already provoked 3 forces, and it was already a situation where he would fight to the death. At this moment, for Su Mengyao, it didn't matter if he offended 2 more forces. Boom! Golden light covered the 2 cultivators. When the golden light dissipated, the 2 cultivators had already died, and they fell in a pool of blood. At this moment, Zichen was powerful and terrifying. Qinlong, don't come over. I didn't attack Su Mengyao. Seeing Zichen's cold eyes looking at him after killing several people in the blink of an eye, Wu Sheng's teeth began to chatter, and he even stuttered. This was Wu Sheng. Back then, he had competed with Zichen for the position of first place. At that time, the 2 of them had been evenly matched. In the end, Zichen had won. However, the second elder had said that Wu Sheng was younger and more talented, so the core position had been given to him. A few years had passed. Although Wu Sheng had become an innate ranker and had grown a lot, Zichen had grown to the point where he could instantly kill an innate ranker. The bloody wound on my body was left behind by him, said Su Mengyao. All right, I'll slash 10 of them. Zichen's voice was indifferent and full of confidence. He turned his fist into a palm and formed a sword with his 2 fingers. Innate qi gushed out from his fingers, forming into a meter-long sword qi. No, I didn't. Wu Sheng cried out miserably. He was extremely frightened, and his face was already pale. Swoosh! In Zichen's hand, The dazzling sword Qi slashed down on Wu Sheng's right hand. Wu Sheng's right hand was severed and blood spurted out. It should be this hand. Then, let's start from here. Zichen's voice was cold, like a demon from hell. Ah! With his right hand chopped off, Wu Sheng let out a shrill cry. Pooh! The sword light rose again and landed on the right arm. In an instant, blood splattered as the entire right arm was chopped off. The second one. Zichen's voice was so cold that it sent chills down people's spines. Even the surrounding temperature dropped sharply, as if it was the 12th lunar month. Ah, run! Some people couldn't stand such an atmosphere. They screamed in horror and turned around to run. At this moment, Zichen was like a demon that came to the human world, killing people like cutting grass. Pooh! A golden blade instantly slashed out. Blood splashed out, and a headless corpse rolled on the ground after running for a dozen steps. This was a terrifying scene. A headless corpse was actually running. It made everyone's heart shiver once again, almost reaching the extreme. Pooh! Wu Sheng's left hand was chopped off again. The golden light rose again, and then his left arm disappeared. Zichen's eyes were emotionless, and his attacks were ruthless. This was Zichen. He had a kind heart, but he also had another ruthless side. When it was time to attack, he would never be soft-hearted. The fifth one. The sword light slashed again. The golden light was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. One of Wu Sheng's legs was chopped off. His body was unstable, and he directly fell down. Blood dyed the ground red, and the broken limbs fell in the distance. It was a shocking scene. No, Wu Sheng was in despair. Heaven and earth didn't help. At this moment, even a quick death was a luxury for him. The sixth one. The golden light flashed again. Wu Sheng's other leg was gone. At this moment, all 4 of his limbs were chopped off. Blood flowed out, and he couldn't even let out a scream. The 7th one. The golden light flashed one last time and fell on Wu Sheng's neck. His whole head rolled into the distance. After 7 consecutive slashes, Wu Sheng's vitality dissipated. Leave behind 3 for your next life. As Zichen's words fell, endless coldness rose in everyone's heart. It was just a wound on Su Mingyao's body, and he actually had to pay with his life. It wasn't over in this life, but in the next life. Whether there was a next life or not, no one knew. However, there were always cultivators who believed in it. Zichen's words might not come true, and could really cut off Wu Sheng's next life, but the deterrent was shocking. It represented Zichen's endless killing intent, and represented Zichen's firm killing intent. Terrifying, this is too terrifying. This is a devil, a murderous devil from hell. Everyone was frightened and almost couldn't speak. Their hearts were cold. At this moment, they thought of Su Mingyao's words, "You will have your retribution." Sure enough, retribution had come. Moreover, it came so fast that they didn't have time to react. Puff! A disciple who went behind Zichen wanted to escape from Zichen, but he was cut down by a sword light. In the distance, Miao Kong's expression was indifferent. There was even a hint of excitement on his face. He didn't think that Zichen was cruel. On the contrary, he felt that it was good to kill these people. These people deserved to die. When they killed people, they were extremely ruthless and merciless. They didn't care about the life or death of others. Everything today was karma. If you want to kill someone, you have to be prepared to be killed. They deserve to die. Qinlong, you're crazy. It's just a woman. If you want, when we return to Songli City, I'll give you 100, 1,000. Qinfeng was terrified. His mouth was trembling as he spoke. You're the crazy ones. You actually dared to attack her. You were already crazy from the moment you attacked. Zichen's voice was cold. It was like 10,000-year-old ice rubbing against each other. emitting an even more intense chill. Puff! Another person was cut down. He didn't even have time to cry out. The golden sword chi was extremely sharp, almost comparable to a divine weapon. Under one strike, whether it was protective Jin chi or weapons, they were all shattered. Zichun was powerful and terrifying. Even geniuses like Chun Feng and Lingyan didn't have the heart to fight at this moment. Puff! The sword light flashed. It was dazzling and golden light overflowed. Another person was cut down. At this moment, only Luo Men, Chen Feng, Lingyan, and Qin Feng's cousin who was trembling. He was the one who called Zi Chinaglass. Qinlong, this is a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. I swear I didn't attack. I never attacked. Luo Men met Zi Chen's gaze. He was so frightened that he actually knelt on the ground without any dignity. Then, Luo Men looked at Su Mengyao for help. Junior sister Su, you have to help me. I didn't attack from the beginning to the end. We're actually in the same group. We're brothers and sisters from the same sect. Yes, you didn't attack. Su Mengyao nodded. Luo Men heaved a sigh of relief and looked at her gratefully. But Su Mengyao changed the topic and said, You sealed my power. No. Luo Men shouted in horror. Swoosh! The dazzling sword light bloomed in front of his eyes like a brilliant flower, reflected in Luo Men's eyes. Puff! Luo Men fell to the ground. His vitality was gone, but the fear in his eyes never dissipated. There was one less person in the field. Qinlong, don't come over. Otherwise, I'll kill her. Chen Feng's cousin suddenly stood up. His eyes were red, and he was in a frenzy. He held a sharp blade in his hand and placed it on Su Mingyao's neck to threaten Zichen. Zichen turned his head and looked at him with cold eyes. He said calmly, If you kill her, the Qin family will no longer exist in Songli City. His words were calm, but the words behind them made people's hearts tremble. You dare to threaten me? Believe it or not, I'll kill her with a shake of my hand. Do you want a living person or a dead person? Chen Feng's cousin's hand was trembling. It seemed that the blade would pierce Su Mingyao's jade-like skin in the next moment. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow, admit your mistake, and then kill yourself. Only then will I let her go. His voice was trembling. It was unknown whether it was due to excitement or madness. Anyway, his eyes became redder. Zichen looked at him calmly. This made him feel even more pressured. I'll kill you quickly, or else my hand will shake. The long sword was shaking. Zichen raised his hand. Yes, slap his face. Slap him hard until he dies. The young man nodded. He was very satisfied with Zichen's actions. Zichen naturally didn't slap his face. Instead, he started to form hand seals. The seals were very simple, but they represented a kind of Tao. There was no energy flowing out of the seals. It was as if Zichen was messing around with his fingers. What are you doing? I told you to slap his face, not to play with his fingers. The young man shouted. The long sword shook even more violently. Swoosh! As the seals were formed, a golden light suddenly appeared. It was extremely fast and rushed towards Chen Feng's cousin. Puff! The golden light streaked across the sky. It was even faster than the Qingfeng chop. Before the young man could react, the golden light had already disappeared. What's going on? Chen Feng's cousin didn't notice anything unusual. He only felt that the golden light had disappeared in front of him. Cousin, you! Just then, Chen Feng exclaimed. Then, a clanging sound was heard. This was the sound of a weapon falling to the ground. The young man lowered his head and looked to the ground. He saw a sword that was very familiar. It was very similar to his own sword. He then looked at the sword hilt and saw an arm holding the sword. This is my arm. Before the other party could react, he suddenly felt a sharp pain. When he turned his head to take a look, he nearly fainted on the spot. The arm that he used to hold the sword with was gone. Swoosh! Just then, another golden light streaked across the sky. It was extremely fast and chopped off the young man's other arm. Su Mengyao was freed. No, the young man roared. His voice was filled with fear. In the blink of an eye, both of his arms were chopped off. Fast, too fast. Swoosh! Just then, Zichen walked up and waved his hand, slapping the young man's face. Slap! The sound was extremely crisp. Didn't you want me to kill myself? Very well, I'll fulfill your wish. Chapter 187. Amidst the forest, the smell of blood assailed the nostrils. Corpses were lying on the ground, dyeing the ground red. It was a tragic scene. Zichen's two extreme yang attacks actually succeeded, instantly neutralizing the youth's threatening aura. He took a step forward and waved his hand, aiming for the youth's face. Slap! The sound of the slap was clear and loud, and it contained Zichen's boundless killing intent. Puff! The youth spurted out blood, and half of his face instantly swelled. Especially after hearing Su Mengyao say that this person used a shrub to cut her face, leaving scars, Zichen was even more furious. He then displayed another secret art to the world. Slap! With a big slap, the youth spurted out blood and a big white tooth. Immediately after, Zichen gave another slap. Two teeth gushed out along with blood. This was a technique that Zichen had long cultivated. Under Miao Kong and Su Mingyao's incredulous eyes, Zichen performed a perfect slap technique. Slap, 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 slap. Miao Kong was dumbfounded to find that even the amount of blood spurted out from the youth's mouth was the same. Technique! Miao Kong exclaimed. He never thought that a simple slap would have such a technique. It could be said to be perfect. Zichen had forcefully developed a violent aesthetic into an art, causing those who admired it to be surprised. Puff! After spitting out the last tooth, all the teeth in the youth's mouth fell out. His face was swollen like a ball. Only a small gap could be seen in his eyes. As for his nose and mouth, they were nowhere to be seen. It was like a person with an inflated ball on his head. Slap yourself in the face, very creative. It's even better than the Mountain Kings looking for teeth. Fine, I'll remember this move. Now I'll send you on your way. Zichen's final slap landed, and the youth was directly sent flying. His vitality dissipated. It was indeed a slap to the face death. The youth was very sullen. He didn't say a word until his death. The invincible face slapping technique was perfectly displayed, shocking everyone. Unfortunately, only two people appreciated it. As for Chen Feng and Ling Yin, they had long since fled in fear. Vaguely, two faint silhouettes could be seen. Run? It's too late. Zichen sneered. After saying that, he rushed forward after protecting Meng Yao. Damn it, where did this Chunlong come from? He's so much stronger than Chunzi back then. This is too scary. I have to tell Wu Xiong and get him to do something. Chun Feng was terrified. His eyes were filled with fear. He had fought with Chinzi before and was almost killed by him. Now that he saw Chunlong again, who was stronger than Chinzi, he could not summon up any fighting spirit in his heart. He could only run for his life. Freak! This freak! If he doesn't use his trump cards, even Wu Xiong would not be his match. Chun Feng roared inwardly. He wished he could grow a few more legs and run faster. Suddenly, Chen Feng's pupil shrunk as he looked ahead in shock. You. Looking at Zichen in front of him, Chin Feng was so terrified that he could not say a word. Chin Feng, let's settle our grudges today. Zichen stood in front of him and said indifferently, Grudges? Chin Long, what grudges do we have? I'm just following Wu Xiong's orders. I was forced to do this. Chin Feng slowly retreated, his eyes filled with fear. Is that so? Then take a look at who I am. Chen activated a secret technique, and his bones cracked. In an instant, Chen Long changed into Chen Zi's appearance. You are Chen Zi. You. Chen Feng was so shocked that he could not say a word. Back then, 9 true element boundary experts had tried to kill Chen Zi, but none of them had been able to kill him. Not only that, but one of them had also been killed. The Qin family had become the laughingstock of Sangli City, and because they had provoked such a monstrous genius, the Qin family had been living in fear all day long. But they never thought that Chen Zi was Chenlong, and he was even stronger than before. We still have a lot of grudges. Back then, you framed me at the Nimbus martial ancestor, and even let the great elder sneak attack me. Now that we meet again, I naturally will not let you go. Let's settle all our grudges today. Zi Chen said indifferently. What? You are Zi Chen? This time, Qin Feng was almost scared to death. Chen Zi was actually Zi Chen? How could this be? He was very clear about Zi Chen's strength. The first time he saw him, he was just a little guy who was not even at true energy realm level 5. He was the one who carried Lin Shui away and ruined his plan. The second time was during the inner disciple assessment. At that time, Zi Chen was only at true energy realm level 5 and had not entered the inner sect. After that, every time they met, Zi Chen was growing. Although Zi Chen's growth had surprised him, he had never really taken it to heart. He had never thought that the guy he could crush to death with one finger would actually grow into such a monstrous genius. That was a monster. That was a character that could only be nurtured by a superpower. It's good that you know. Let's settle all our grudges today. Now is the time to send you on your way. Zi Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. With a step, heaven and earth trembled. He turned into a golden light and rushed towards Qin Feng. No! Chen Feng screamed in horror. The aura of the great fulfillment realm surged, and the surging energy rushed towards Zi Chen like a tide. This kind of combat power is not even comparable to those monsters. You don't deserve to be called a genius. Zi Chen sneered and waved his fist. Golden light overflowed and dyed the sky with a terrifying aura. Boom! Under the punch, Qin Feng's powerful attack was instantly scattered. At the same time, the golden fist fell with terrifying energy and landed on Qin Feng's body. Puff! Qin Feng spat out blood and flew backwards. He was injured in one hit. In front of a monster, Qin Feng's little bit of combat strength was nothing at all. You! Qin Feng was shocked with blood at the corner of his mouth. His strength had increased again, and he was only one step away from the true energy realm, but he was beaten back in one move. I'll send you on your way. The killing intent in Zi Chen's eyes did not diminish. Boundless golden light surged again, forming a golden blade in the air. It was dazzling and filled with boundless killing intent. Like a flash of lightning, it swept across Qin Feng's body. This is the Green Peak Slash. Qin Feng spat out blood and fell into a pool of blood in disbelief. Qin Feng was dead. The number 1 of the Nimbus martial ancestor in the past only lasted 2 rounds against Zi Chen today. Let's settle all our grudges today. From now on, my enemy is the martial ancestor. After killing Qin Feng, Zi Chen's eyes were calm. Next was Ling Yun. He was afraid of this existence before, but now he could face it calmly. Zi Chen had the heaven and earth extreme speed, so it was not difficult for him to catch up with Ling Yun. In between the 2 mountains, Zi Chen intercepted Ling Yun. Ling Yun's eyes were still filled with panic. He was surprised to see Zi Chen appear. You killed Qin Feng, Ling Yun said. He's already waiting for you on the Yellow Springs Road. He said he missed you and asked me to send you there. Zi Chen said calmly, Tell me, what do I have to do for you to let me go? You know that I'm not the mastermind. Although I'm guilty, I don't deserve to die. Tell me if you want vitality stones or treasures. I can pay for it. Ling Yin was very calm at this moment. I want your life, Zichen said calmly. Qinlong, I don't think we have any direct conflict. If you want to kill me, go find Wang Shan or Wu Xiong. You're such a monster. Why do you have to find trouble with me? I'm willing to pay for it with vitality stones. Ling Yin said, I have vitality stones, a lot of them. Once I become the sect leader of the Battle Martial Ancestor, the entire Battle Martial Ancestor will be mine. As long as you let me go, the Battle Martial Ancestor will serve you in the future. There's no need. If you don't die, Zhang Shui will be very uneasy. Moreover, this matter started because of me, so let me solve it, Zi Qin said indifferently. Zhang Shui. Ling Yun was stunned. Obviously, he did not remember who it was. Other than Zhang Shui, there are many people who want you dead. They are all lucky survivors of the spiritual herbal gardens. Some of them had their cultivations destroyed by your people. Zichen said, The spiritual herbal gardens? You did it for these people. Ling Yun's expression changed. That's right. I forgot to tell you. Your accomplices, the elders, the juniors, I killed them all a few months ago. Now, you're the only one left. Who are you? Ling Yun's expression became very ugly. I was the one who broke the deadlock in the spiritual herbal gardens. Ling Fei and Ling Qin also died in my hands. Who do you think I am? Zi Qin asked back. You're Zi Qin. Ling Yun's expression finally changed. He was shocked. That's right. I'll send you on your way. Zi Chen flashed forward, and a series of fierce battle techniques appeared. This was a battle without any suspense. Even though Ling Yin was slightly stronger than Qin Feng, it was only a slight difference. It was a matter of 1 or 2 more moves from Zichen. Very soon, the battle was over. Ling Yin fell into a pool of blood, and his vitality dissipated. Zichen turned and left. He did not look at Ling Yin. Today, he would leave him behind to face an even stronger enemy. The martial ancestor. Zichen would use his life to shake this colossus. He would take revenge for the Nimbus martial ancestor, for the Supreme Elder, and for countless brothers. Zichen. On the way back, Zichen saw Su Mengyao rushing over. The latter was very emotional, and there were still traces of blood on her face. She rushed to Zichen. Mengyao. The two hugged each other for a long time. I finally see you. Sob. Su Mengyao cried tears of joy. I'm sorry to have worried you and caused you to suffer. Zi Chen was very guilty. The two hugged each other, and a feeling of happiness filled the air. In the distance, Miao Kong did not want to disturb the two. He was watching from afar, and he silently sent his blessings. Zi Chen had a narrow escape, and so did Su Mengyao. The two of them finally met. Previously, the two of them did not confide in each other, but this time it was natural for them to be together. Everything was so natural, and everything was a matter of course. Happiness came late, but it did not last long. In an instant, Zi Chen felt a murderous intent, and the danger of death filled his body. Not good, Chu Fei. Zi Chen's expression changed. He knew that the other party was following him, and he had been very vigilant. He did not let his guard down even when he killed Ling Yun and Qin Feng. But at this moment, when Su Mengyao was in his arms, he was distracted. Chapter 188. Boo-hoo, I finally see you. Su Mengyao was crying sadly, as if she wanted to cry out all the grievances she had suffered. Zi Chun patted Su Mengyao's back and comforted her softly. In this moment of distraction, Chu Fei, who had been following behind Zichen, seized the opportunity. After hesitating all the way, he finally made up his mind at this moment. Regardless of whether Zichen had a treasure or not, Chu Fei chose to attack because he was too strong. He was so strong that only a forbidden weapon could suppress him in this space. He was only a middle-stage Xiantian expert, but he was invincible among Xiantian experts. This was too terrifying. The crimson blood spear appeared in his hand, but he did not use his strongest attack. Instead, the moment it appeared, Chu Fei activated it and threw it out. Zichen was a monster, and his perception was naturally sharp. If Chu Fei launched an all-out attack, it would take time. By then, Zichen would be alerted and everything would be too late. Therefore, even if he weakened the power of the forbidden artifact, he still had to take Zichen by surprise and kill him. Moreover, his attack was very tricky. He did not attack from behind Zichen, but from the front of Zichen and launched a swift and violent attack. If such an attack was launched directly, it would first penetrate the girl's body and then pierce Zichen's heart. It was a perfect attack, a perfect plan, and a perfect guess. Chu Fei did not think that Zichen would be willing to let this girl take the blow for him. Sure enough, Zichen felt the danger and looked up to see Chu Fei. At the same time, he saw the crimson spear flying out at an extremely fast speed. No, Zichen felt the crisis of death. He felt his mind go blank. The moment Chu Fei threw out the crimson spear, he made a decisive choice. His right hand let go of Su Mengyao, and his left hand swung out, throwing the latter away. This was Zichen's fastest reaction, but he only had one chance to react when the forbidden weapon was launched. He did not choose to take out the diamond, but chose to save Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao was thrown away. The palm-sized crimson spear turned into a red light and rushed towards Zichen's heart. Puff! With a soft sound, the blood-red spear pierced through Zichen's heart. He stood motionless, as if he had been electrocuted. "It's not Zichen," Su Mengyao exclaimed. She was shaken off by Zichen. In her puzzled eyes, she saw a red light rushing to his heart and then disappearing. Blood instantly gushed out of Zichen's chest. "No," Miao Kong also exclaimed. Everything had happened too quickly, so fast that it was inconceivable. Miao Kong had never imagined that there would be someone secretly launching a sneak attack on Zichen at this moment. "You!" Zichen clutched his chest with one hand. Blood flowed out from between his fingers, but he didn't fall. Instead, he stared ahead in disbelief. "Haha, you didn't expect this, did you?" Chu Fei's laughter sounded from afar. He was extremely arrogant and proud of himself. This was a sure-kill attack. It was also a well-calculated attack. Apart from strength, there was also wisdom in it. "You didn't expect me to make a move, did you? Haha, this is how unexpected it is. Qinlong, oh no, so your name is Zichen. You are very strong and can be said to be invincible among Xiantian experts. But so what? Under my sneak attack, you will die without a doubt." Chu Fei laughed. Forbidden weapon. Su Mengyao and Miao Kong, who had a glimmer of hope for Zichen, were now in complete despair. A forbidden weapon was an extremely powerful existence. Its power was astonishing. The only downside was that there was a limit to the number of times it could be used. Why? What enmity do you have with Zichen? Why do you want to kill him with a forbidden weapon? Su Mengyao supported Zichen, not letting him fall. However, she couldn't help but cry. She didn't expect that after going through so much, they would be separated by heaven and earth. Haha, because he took something that he shouldn't have. Chu Fei laughed. His eyes were filled with the pride of a victor. More blood flowed out from between Zichen's fingers. The bright light in his eyes was also dimming. It seemed that he would die in the next moment, as expected of a monster. Your vitality is very strong. Others would die immediately after being hit by a forbidden weapon, but you only lasted for a few seconds. Chu Fei walked towards Zichen step by step. He was very disdainful. But that's all. Now fall. As Chu Fei's voice faded, Zichen seemed to be under some kind of spell. The light in his eyes dimmed completely. His vitality disappeared, and he fell straight to the ground. Haha, Zichen, monster, you also have a day like this. Chu Fei laughed wildly. I'll fight it out with you. Su Mengyao rushed forward. Get lost. I don't want to deal with you now. I'll deal with you later. Chu Fei waved his sleeve. The aura of a complete realm expert surged and swept Su Mengyao away. At the same time, Miao Kong, who was rushing over, was also swept away. It's really troublesome not to use the forbidden weapon with all its strength. I can't even return. Looking at Zi Chen, who had lost his vitality, Chu Fei frowned slightly. With such an attack, the forbidden weapon's energy was almost depleted. I can also take away that diamond. It's a profit. But where is that token? While thinking, Chu Fei kicked Zi Chen twice. The latter did not have any reaction at all. His vitality dissipated and his eyes dimmed. Then, Chu Fei bent down and touched Zi Chen's chest. The moment his hand touched Zi Chen's chest, Zi Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. They were as dazzling as Xing Chen's. Not good. Chu Fei's expression changed drastically. He immediately retreated. Boom! A terrifying aura surged out of Zi Chen's body. His blood-covered hand exploded with a blinding golden light, bringing with it a powerful energy as it struck towards Chu Fei. Bang! Chu Fei's chest was hit squarely by Zi Chen's attack. Under the impact of the boundless energy, Chu Fei's body was sent flying and he vomited blood. Chu Fei stood up from the ground. He felt a stabbing pain in his chest. His ribs were broken, but this was not the most serious thing. The most serious thing was that his injuries were very serious. What about me? Do you think you can kill me with this little trick of yours? Zi Chen stood up. Although his face was pale, his words were very powerful. However, his heart was still bleeding. Zi Chen. In the distance, Su Mengyao and Miao Kong were dumbfounded. Impossible. You've been hit by my forbidden weapon. You're dead for sure. Chu Fei roared. The impossible has happened. Man proposes, God disposes. Zi Chen sneered. If this attack had hit his head, he would have died for sure. However, it had hit his heart. Such a sure-kill attack had been blocked by the mysterious bead. Thus, Zi Chen's calamity had been resolved. At this moment, there was an extremely rich vitality surging in his heart, healing the wound. You've been hit by a forbidden weapon. Even if you don't die, you'll be seriously injured. I'll send you on your way now. Chu Fei flipped his hand and a medicinal pill appeared. He swallowed it instantly. Then his face turned yellow. His seriously injured body seemed to have recovered in an instant. I'll use the medicinal pill to temporarily suppress the injury. Let's see if you'll die or not. A sword appeared in Chu Fei's hand. It shone with cold light as if it was made of 1,000-year-old ice. The moment the sword appeared, the surrounding temperature crazily dropped. I have the same intention. I won't rest until I'm dead. Zi Chen's eyes flashed. His feet flickered as he rushed towards Chu Fei. Huh. With a shout, he soared into the sky and used the diamond as a brick, smashing it towards Chu Fei. Die. Freeze the world. Between heaven and earth, there was a vast expanse of whiteness, as if it was raining ice. The temperature dropped even lower, as if one was in a world of ice and snow. Endless killing intent surged, and an extremely cold sword light instantly appeared before Zi Chen. Clang! The diamond fell and hit the ice sword. Powerful energy raged, and a surging aura swept out in all directions. Ice sword! Chu Fei shouted. The coldness in the sword light became more intense. The killing intent was even thicker as it pierced forward again. Green Peak Slash! Zi Chen was not to be outdone. A seal appeared in his hand. A golden blade emitting a bright golden light rushed towards the sword light. Clang! The collision of the two forces caused a metallic sound. The two fought fiercely. Killing moves were constantly used. It could be said that they would not rest until one of them was dead. Green Peak Seal! The sky suddenly darkened. A huge golden seal appeared. It was as big as a mountain, pressing down like a mountain. Chu Fei was not to be outdone. The sword light in his hand flashed. A bright sword chi went against the sky and hit the seal. Boom! The seal collapsed and the sword light dissipated. The two's attacks were evenly matched again. You are so heavily injured. Let's see how you can kill me. The icy aura on Chu Fei's body became even more intense. His entire body seemed to have turned into a piece of ice that would not melt for 10,000 years. A thin layer of ice appeared on the ground within a radius of 10 meters. Under the sunlight, it emitted a colorful glow. Zichen's body was surrounded by a dazzling golden light. It was like a golden sun, forming a sharp contrast with the cold aura. Die! Die! The two rushed forward again and attacked aggressively. Boom! Under the powerful aura, a big tree was shattered by the energy. It turned into sawdust, and the ground was shaved off by more than a meter. It was a fierce battle. All kinds of powerful secret arts were used. Clang! Zichen waved his fist. It was like a big hammer, emitting a golden light. It suddenly fell and hit the ice sword. Clang! 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 His fist, which had always been successful, could not break the ice sword. It must be an extraordinary item. It was not inferior to the Raging Flame sword. Green Peak Slash and Green Peak Seal were used continuously, emitting a terrifying pressure. Zichen, you will die today. Chu Fei was full of confidence now. He could not defeat Zichen in his peak state, but when Zichen was heavily injured, killing him would be a piece of cake. You are too confident. Zichen snorted. At this moment, his damaged heart was about to fully recover. Zichen's powerful battle strength would soon be displayed. Die. Chu Fei used another killer move. Thousands of cold swords appeared. Each of them carried a dense killing intent and flew towards Zichen. Bang! Bang! Zichen waved his fist. The cold swords exploded, and some of them landed on his body. Although he was heavily injured, Zichen's body was still terrifyingly tough. All right, I will send you on your way now. The wound on his heart was finally healed. Zichen formed a seal. This time it was the most powerful extreme yang. Chapter 189. A beam of golden light tore through the world. This was the first time Zichen had used his full yang power, unlike the previous times when he only used the power of seals. His fingertips glowed with golden light, as if spirits were jumping around. Soon a set of seals fell. Then Zichen felt that the golden true qi in his body was rapidly disappearing like a tide. At the same time, a beam of golden light appeared in front of Zichen. This golden light was like the sun, so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. It also carried an extremely terrifying and indescribable aura of destruction. As the last seal fell, the golden light rushed towards Chu Fei. No, the dazzling golden light illuminated Chu Fei's face, which was distorted due to his shock. His confidence instantly crumbled the moment the golden light appeared, and it turned into fear and shock. All of his offensive means turned into defensive means at this moment. Chu Fei propped up one defense after another for himself. Boom! When the golden light arrived, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds. All of the defenses were as fragile as paper in front of the golden light. One defense after another was shattered under the golden light. Poof! When the last defense was broken, the boundless aura of destruction rushed towards Chu Fei. The latter seemed to have turned into a golden man, his whole body filled with golden light. No, he was still screaming in fear, but was completely drowned by the golden light. Miao Kong and Su Mengyao were dumbfounded. The two of them were evenly matched before, but Zichen's attack immediately made the outcome clear. Chu Fei didn't have any strength to fight back at all. The golden light dissipated, and Chu Fei fell to the ground. Why? His eyes became listless, as if he could lose consciousness at any time. Zi Chen's appearance just now was now on his body. Do you want to ask why this trick worked again? Zi Chen's lips curled into a mocking smile. That's because I've completely comprehended it. This will be my killer move from now on, and you're the first human to die under my killer move. You're not unlucky at all. I'm not willing. On the verge of death, Chu Fei let out a roar of unwillingness. He rarely made mistakes in his calculations, but this time he miscalculated, and the price was his life. The heart was indeed a natural weakness, but it was not Zi Chen's weakness. Chu Fei had really miscalculated. Chu Fei's life force disappeared and he died. Bang! But then Zi Chen's vision went black and he collapsed. No, Zi Chen. Su Mengyao rushed forward and held Zi Chen this time. She exclaimed in panic, "Don't scare me. Don't get into trouble." Miao Kong stepped forward. First, he felt Zi Chen's breath. Then, he listened to his heartbeat. He heaved a sigh of relief and said he's fine. He just consumed too much energy. Zi Chen had indeed used up a lot of energy. That last attack had almost drained all of his true qi. A few hours later, Zi Chen slowly woke up. The first thing he felt was a stabbing pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw that the palm-sized scarlet blood spear was still stuck there. Moreover, the wound had not healed yet, and blood was still flowing out. Fortunately, Zi Chen had a terrifying constitution and a mysterious heart. Otherwise, just a few hours of blood loss would have been life-threatening. It's really extraordinary. It actually prevented the wound from recovering. Zi Chen licked his lips. He pulled in his lower abdomen, which affected the wound, causing a stabbing pain. Zi Chen, you're finally awake. Su Mengyao heard the movement and quickly helped Zi Chen up. Miao Kong also walked over. Where is this? Looking around, Zi Chen found that this was not the previous battlefield. He asked doubtfully. The previous battle caused a huge commotion. You were also unconscious. I was afraid that Wu Xiong and the others would chase after you. So I took you away from the battlefield, Miao Kong explained. Then where's Chu Fei's corpse? Zi Chen nervously asked. Because it affected the wound, he grimaced again. You're talking about that spatial spirit artifact, right? It's here. Miao Kong waved a white ring in his hand and smiled. Then what about that sword? That's also a good thing. It's right beside you. Su Mengyao also smiled. Zi Chen still had the leisure to care about those external things. Presumably, there would not be any major problems. Ah, very good, very good. Zi Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been thinking about that thing for a long time. Now he had finally gotten it. In addition to that, there was also a forbidden artifact. It was worth it. Everything was worth it. You're already injured to this extent. That's not bad. Su Mengyao rebuked. I've profited this time. Even if he didn't kill me, I would have killed him. This was a necessary battle. In any case, I won. First, treat the wounds on your face. Look at these scars. They're very shocking. Don't disfigure them, Zi Chen said with concern. What? You don't want me anymore if I'm disfigured? Su Mengyao glared at Zi Chen. How is that possible? Even if you become ugly, I still want you. You're the ugly one. Su Mengyao was extremely bashful. In the end, Su Mengyao put down Zi Chen and went to treat her wounds. There were not many women who did not care about their appearance, let alone a peerless beauty. After Su Mengyao left, Zi Chen pointed at the scarlet blood spear in his chest and said to Miao Kong, "Come, Miao Kong, pull out this little thing. You're crazy. If you pull it out, you'll die." Miao Kong was shocked. "Don't worry, I won't die. This is a forbidden artifact. Everything will depend on it in the future. Don't tell me you want to let it stay here forever and not let it shine. No, You'll die. Don't worry, I'll definitely live. The 3 powers didn't kill me, let alone a mere forbidden artifact. My wounds are only superficial. It's only because of the forbidden artifact that my wounds haven't healed for a long time. Really? Of course. Under Zi Chen's persuasion, Miao Kong finally nodded and carefully stepped forward. After meeting Zi Chen's firm gaze, Miao Kong made his move. Pooh! A line of blood shot out, spraying a meter high. The scarlet blood spear was pulled out. As expected of a forbidden artifact, not a single drop of blood was stained on it, and it emitted a brilliant red light. Zi Chen's wounds had completely scabbed over after an hour. His recovery speed was still frightening. Your physique is truly frightening. Your recovery speed is actually so fast. Whoever fights you and wants to exhaust you to death is really finished. Miao Kong already knew that Zi Chen's physique was special. Now that he saw it again, he was still amazed. After an hour, Zi Chen was able to stand up. His injured body had recovered a lot. Come, tell me how to use this spatial treasure. Zi Chen raised the white ring in his hand, looking as if he was presenting a treasure. This is not a spatial treasure. It's a spatial spirit tool. Many Xiantian masters call it a spatial treasure. It's very rare. Only experts above the spirit origin realm can make it. Moreover, it requires a lot of materials. It's very precious. Miao Kong smiled and explained. I'm afraid only those who don't understand would call it that. Zi Chen muttered in his heart. You just need to inject a strand of your own zhenqi into it. It's very simple. Zi Chen was very happy. This was a high-grade item, and it was very convenient. Ordinary people couldn't get it at all. Swoosh! The golden zhenqi in his body gushed out from his finger like a golden stream, flowing into the white ring. It's really wonderful, Zi Chen exclaimed. The moment his zhenqi came into contact with the ring, a wonderful feeling occurred in his heart. At this moment, Zi Chen felt his consciousness enter another space. This space was about 2 meters wide. There were many things inside. There was food, clothes, primal stones, and some other things. This is the space of a ring? It's only this big. Zi Chen felt very novel, but he curled his lips because of this small space. No, Wonder Chu Fei was reluctant to put the mountain of beast meat into the ring. It turned out that the space was too small. This was an extremely miraculous thing. Zi Chen was completely relying on his will to take things out of this place. With a thought, a primal stone would appear. With another thought, the primal stone would disappear, reappear, and disappear. Zi Chen was having a lot of fun. It's not even 2 square meters. It's really small. After playing around, Zi Chen's consciousness left the spatial spirit tool. He was a bit disappointed. Miao Kong's mouth twitched. It's not small. These things are very precious. Some of them are not even 1 square meter. There were hundreds of primal stones in the ring, as well as some elixirs, pills, and secret manuals. Zi Chen's harvest this time was great. Clang! Zi Chen pulled out the long sword. In an instant, a chill filled the air. It was as if he was in a 10,000-year-old glacier. He couldn't help but shiver. The long sword was very sharp. Its material was not inferior to Mount Royal's raging flame. It could cut through iron like mud. Good sword. The long sword hummed, making a crisp sound. Zi Chen couldn't help but praise. After killing Chu Fei, Zi Chen's harvest was so great. It was a pity that he didn't have Chu Fei's technique. Otherwise, his harvest would be even greater. However, all of this wasn't the most precious thing. The blood-colored spear was the most valuable thing here. It was far more valuable than the ring. Zi Chen held the palm-sized, blood-colored spear. He could feel that the spear contained a terrifying energy. After using it once, some cracks appeared on the spear. Zichen estimated that this weapon could be used 2 more times. He had to be careful when using it. Li Hua, Song He Wu Xiong, these people should have forbidden weapons and spatial weapons. If I can get them all, then. Zichen was a little whimsical. Being able to kill Chu Fei this time was mostly due to luck. If it wasn't for the mysterious heart, Zichen would have died long ago. Zichen found a 1,000-year-old elixir from the ring. It was a water-attributed elixir. Zichen took it out and applied it on Su Mingyao's wound. The rich spiritual energy was like water. When it was applied on the wound, the latter's injury quickly recovered. The scratches on her face quickly disappeared, and her skin became pink again. A day later, Su Mingyao's injuries were completely healed, and she regained her peerless appearance. Her jade-like skin emitted a mesmerizing light, and she looked so delicate that it seemed like it would break at the slightest touch. At this moment, her face was glowing with radiance, and there was an enchanting smile on her face that could steal one's soul. "How is it?" Su Mengyao, who had changed into a white robe, looked up at Zichen, who was staring at her in a daze, and smiled proudly. "Very beautiful," Zichen praised sincerely. "It's a pity that Shui isn't here. Otherwise, she would be very happy to see you." Su Mengyao lowered her head, feeling disappointed. "Where did Shui go?" "I don't know. We lost contact the moment we came in." Zichen's face changed. He asked carefully, "Did something happen?" Chapter 190. Something happened, but it's not a bad thing. What do you mean? Could it be a good thing? Zichen frowned. When we came in, I gave both of them the same jade pendant. It was specially prepared by the martial ancestor for the participants of this trial. It can sense the presence of others. Miao Kong walked over and sat on the ground. When we came in, we gathered people. During this time, we sensed Su Mengyao, but not Lin Shui. However, the latter is definitely not dead because we can also sense the jade pendant of a dead person. So, I suspect that Lin Shui may have entered a special place that can block the jade pendant's detection. You mean the ruins? It's very possible. This is a famous sect from 10,000 years ago. After its destruction, there were 7 cities and 3 major sections. Moreover, this place is the trial ground for the core disciples of this sect. It's very unusual. It's normal for some ruins to be in the periphery. But entering the ruins is also dangerous. Zichen said, "If there's danger, we can't help. She can only rely on herself." Miao Kong spread out his hands, showing a helpless look. Indeed, if Shui is really in the ruins, this is also an opportunity. As for whether she can survive or not, she can only rely on herself. Su Mengyao also nodded and murmured, "I hope she can survive." "Then where are we going now?" Zichen asked. "Go deeper. We found a ruin there. It's suspected to be the inheritance of a sect from 10,000 years ago. It's full of danger, but it's also accompanied by great opportunities. Almost all the surviving Xiantian experts and several major forces are there." Miao Kong said, "Previously, we went deeper and reached the outside of the ruins. However, there were many demon beasts guarding there, and there were all kinds of seals. Several major forces hesitated. Their goal is the inheritance, the supreme secret scriptures. However, those rogue cultivators didn't dare to expect anything. They have been breaking the seals and killing the demon beasts. The major forces didn't stop them, but when they reached a certain point, they would stand out and clear the place." "Do these major forces all have forbidden weapons?" Zichen frowned and asked. Miao Kong pondered for a moment and said, "I'm not sure, but Wu Xiong definitely has forbidden weapons. As for the others, I think they won't be inferior." "That won't do." Zichen hesitated and said, "We can't go deeper now. Several major forces all have forbidden weapons. We won't get any benefits if we go there now." "Then what do you mean?" Miao Kong looked at Zichen. "I'll stay in the outer area for now. My strength is about to make a breakthrough. I'll enter the inner area when I reach the late Xiantian realm. When Zichen had first entered this space, he was already at the middle Xiantian realm. But after several months of absorbing the rich heaven and earth Ling Qi and refining many 2,000-year-old spiritual herbs, Zichen's strength had already reached the peak of the middle Xiantian realm, and he wasn't far from the late Xiantian realm. Don't worry, it's not that easy. Forbidden weapons are rare in the outside world, but once the real inheritance appears, you'll find that forbidden weapons are as numerous as cabbages. Zichen said with a faint smile. In the following time, Zichen led Miao Kong and Su Mengyao to sweep through the periphery. Like a swarm of locusts, Zichen began a carpet search. Everywhere he went, there was nothing left of the spirit herbs. Zichen spent all day refining spiritual herbs. When he cultivated, the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth made him feel like he had a stalk of spiritual herb in his mouth. Zichen's strength increased very quickly. At the same time, Miao Kong and Su Mingyao's strength also increased. This place was simply a cultivation treasure for Xiantian experts. Of course, this didn't include peak Xiantian experts. This space was very strange. Peak Xiantian experts couldn't break through here. Zichen guessed that the old man and the big man were very strong. At least, they weren't peak Xiantian experts. But they could only fight with peak Xiantian experts here. Wu Xiong stood on the top of the mountain with several guards beside him. Below the mountain, a chaotic battle was going on. This was the best place to enter the inheritance land. There were a lot of demon beasts guarding here. These rogue cultivators had gone berserk for the sake of treasures. They charged forward, and with their numbers advantage, they had already slain quite a number of perfect paragon demonic beasts. Battle cries rang out constantly. The thick smell of blood had spread to the top of the mountain. The people who went to kill Miao Kong haven't returned yet. Didn't you say that there would be clues soon? Wu Xiong retracted his gaze and asked. It seemed that the battle here would continue for another day or two. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. It should be soon. Miao Kong is dead for sure this time. A guard behind him said. At this moment, a figure flew over quickly. Not good. Young master, something bad has happened. The guard used light body technique and flew to the top of the mountain. His face was filled with horror. What happened? Wu Xiong turned his head. Dead. They're all dead. When we arrived, we only saw corpses. The miserable scene appeared in the guard's mind. His eyes were filled with horror. Everything is dead. The people who chased after Miao Kong are all dead. Not a single one is alive. The guard calmed down. However, his eyes were still filled with horror. What's going on? The calm Wu Xiong's expression changed. We followed the corpses of Miao Kong's guards all the way. In the end, we saw that all of Miao Kong's guards were dead. However, we didn't see Miao Kong's figure. As for our people, they were all dead. Their deaths were filled with horror. It was as if they had seen something extremely shocking. Moreover, some of them tried to escape. However, they were killed halfway. The guard said in horror, "Is it a man or a beast?" Wu Xiong frowned. "It's a man. There must be traces of a man. Someone rescued Miao Kong and killed everyone who tried to kill him. Moreover, looking at the traces of the battlefield, there was only one person." What? Only one person killed dozens of people. Among them, there were many complete earthly sovereigns. At this moment, not only Wu Xiong's face changed, but the other complete earthly sovereigns beside him were also shocked. Who has such a powerful combat strength? It's so terrifying. In this space, the strongest strength is a complete earthly sovereign. One person can kill dozens of people. His combat strength is too terrifying. The guards' faces changed. Their eyes were filled with horror. Could it be him? Suddenly, a figure appeared in Wu Xiong's mind. Who? Qianlong, Wu Xiong said. It's him. That existence whose combat strength is comparable to a monstrous genius. That Qianlong can kill a true energy realm monster with just his physical body. If it's really him, then it's possible. He saved Miao Kong's life back then. It's reasonable that he's helping Miao Kong again. After guessing that it might be Qianlong, everyone's mood was not very good. Qianlong's combat strength was too terrifying. Even Wu Xiong was not confident that he could defeat him, let alone them. Go and tell the people of Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion that we've paid a sufficient price. Why haven't they killed Miao Kong yet? Ask them to act quickly. After pondering for a moment, Wu Xiong said indifferently, Yes. The guard nodded and turned to leave. Humph, Qianlong, you dare to go against me? Once you enter the depths, it'll be your death. Wu Xiong's eyes flashed coldly. Qianlong's combat strength was a threat here. Since he couldn't use him, then he had to kill him. Once the forbidden weapon was out, who could fight against him? In his eyes, Qianlong, who walked together with Miao Kong, was already a dead man. At the same time, Wang Shan also heard the news of Qin Feng and Ling Yun being killed. Qin Feng and Ling Yun are dead. They were killed when they were running away. Both of them are at the complete realm. Their combat strength is comparable to geniuses. They're just a little weaker than me. If I don't act, who can kill them? Wang Shan was no longer calm. That person is very vicious. One of them had his limbs chopped off. The other was beaten to a pig's head and slapped to death. The guard said, Hiss. Wang Shan sucked in a breath of cold air and felt his teeth chattering. Beaten to a pig's head was a word that Wang Shan was allergic to. Who is this? What a familiar way of killing. It's actually similar to that guy. Wang Shan frowned and looked at the guard, saying, If that's the case, then the beauty is also gone. Yes. There's no living person there other than corpses. Damn it! How dare you snatch my beauty? Suddenly, a light flashed across Wang Shan's mind. He thought of a cold figure. Qianlong, could it be him? He once saved Su Mengyao and never came to the depths. It's very likely that he's at the periphery. If it's really him, then this is going to be difficult. Wang Shan was also very wary of Qianlong's powerful combat strength. Sir, what should we do now? Wang Shan turned his head and looked at the battlefield below. Although it was already the end, it would still take a few days to successfully break through. Let's go. Follow me to the periphery and find Qianlong's traces. If such a combat strength helps me, my chances of obtaining the inheritance will naturally be higher. Wang Shan was overjoyed. He thought that he had thought of a brilliant plan. He retreated with a group of people and turned to walk towards the periphery. In the periphery, Zichen swept away all the spiritual herbs. In this place, the demonic beasts were very powerful. Ordinary complete realm cultivators couldn't deal with them. Most of the cultivators were not interested in this place, so there were many spiritual herbs. Roar! A demonic beast roared at Zichen. It seemed to be very dissatisfied with the arrival of an outsider. Swoosh! Zichen's body shone with golden light. Like a golden lightning, he rushed to the front. He clenched his fist and smashed down with a loud bang. Boom! The demonic beast suffered a heavy blow and was pushed back more than 10 meters. Then there was the sound of fighting. A moment later, a huge monster fell to the ground and its vitality dissipated. Beside it, there was a 2,000-year-old spiritual herb that bloomed with auspicious colors and emitted rich spiritual qi. I watch it every day, but every time I see Zichen fight, I still feel a strong shock. It even gives me the illusion of who the real demonic beast is. Miao Kong shook his head and exclaimed, Compared to the demonic beasts, Zichen was more of a beast. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.